Bing. Is it working? Waiting for Smiler. Come on, Smiler. Oh, what's the matter with my volume? Testing, testing.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What's my mic like?
All right. Yeah, it's not as loud and boomy as it was the other night.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2.
That's all right. Hey, oh, Blunt, all right. And Bad Marsh. May I have your thoughts on the Red Heifer Prophecy Malachi thing?
I have your thoughts on the Red Heifer Prophecy. The red heifers. Well, they ain't got no red heifers, have they? Apparently, they did sacrifice one though, and then they washed the tools in the ashes that are supposed to build the new temple. But whether it was a full red heifer, because the guy that was supposed to be looking after all the red heifers said that they weren't pure red because white started coming in on them. But they did a test burning, and when they did the test burning, they did actually wash the tools, in the ashes. Elon Musk only spoke because he wants deregulation. Well, Elon Musk, I mean, what was his words? If you don't fight, you're gonna die.
Now, if that was said by somebody over here, they'd be behind bars by now.
Yeah, you would have been arrested.
Because that's inciting violence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether or not, if you read into it and the way that it was said and the way that it was said in amongst a speech could be interpreted different, but don't matter how you read it, the words were there plain enough, weren't they?
Yeah. Well, that's it, Matt. He's the second richest person in the world. When you cause division, who gains? When you cause division between the people and you start fighting or infighting or whatever, who gains from it? The rich people gain from it, don't they? The people that sell the weapons, the people that sell the arms or in the arms industry. There was a big thing that I haven't looked into yet about one of the I think he was to do with Raphael, but he was deep in the government. Combine harvester. Bad Marsh wants you to say combine harvester, I think.
Ew. Combine harvester. Yeah. To be honest, I watched some of it and I got bored of it, to be honest.
Look, they called it a free speech rally.
Yeah, exactly, Blunt.
Yeah, I've got some videos and all to play in a minute, Blunt. But I mean, they called it a free speech. If you got up or stood in front of a copper or whatever and said half the things that people said on that stage, you'd be behind bars by now.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Max. You
Hell,
would be behind. I was looking at some Canada stuff just a minute ago, Max. Well, I mean, Israel's cooked Canada as well, isn't it? But I mean, we know that in Canada there's a massive Zionist movement.
I was looking at something about Canada. They're not allowed any news type of stuff on their Facebook or some other stuff over there as well.
Mm. No, free speech. Just don't say anything bad about Israel. But if it was British Patriotic, yeah, Canada First Rally. I saw. I got videos of it just a minute ago, Max, when I was looking for how many people at the Unite the Kingdom, British Patriotic March, whatever you want to call it. I was looking at how many Israeli flags, and it's like, I mean, I just said a cracking one. What did I say? I said, you got idiots, right? Flying an Israeli flag. Bring it up. An Israeli flag. Present. Where's present? Share screen.
Yeah, while you bring that up, I'll ask Max. Is that right, Max? What I saw the other day, Facebook in Canada doesn't allow any news stuff on it or something. That's all basically blocked and banned.
You got some prat that's got his two flags. It's got the Zionist Star Ramfan above it, right? And then saying Jesus is king as the next flag, right? Well, what does the Talmud say about Jesus?
Yeah.
The Talmud says Jesus Christ was a bastard. He's burning in boiling excrement. And the Holy Virgin, Mary, is a whore.
Yeah.
And that's what it says in the Talmud.
Yeah.
So
the whole ethics behind this, like protesting or whatever it was more or less fucking hijacked, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same with the Canada one too.
Yeah. I've got flags of the Canada one. There's more flags of the Canada one than there is
it does make you ask the question, was it allowed to go ahead the way it did because of the fact they knew that it was being hijacked for that reason?
Yeah, you guys got hijacked for Charlie Kirk, right?
Well, no, because they didn't. I mean, only a couple of people mentioned Charlie Kirk. I mean, mainstream media tried to say it was about Charlie Kirk or somebody. I can't remember where it was. They said that. I think it was the the lobbyist or whatever you want to call them said all the Charlie Kirk things hit England. Do you know?
Okay, yeah. In Canada, they didn't even show our protests.
No. But as I said, you've got a news ban or a news blackout thing in force on your Facebook and a couple of other social media things. You can't have any news.
I just got a 90-day suspension, so.
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah, medical misinformation.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Well, I have 1 week suspension from posting any videos and then a 90-day probationary period. Yeah. And but the counter protests in Canada were different. It wasn't Charlie Kirk. It was Antifa in Palestine. So
yeah.
They just tried to overwhelm them and corral them in and stuff. So and the media in Canada didn't show anything. My wife was trying to find stuff on it, but no.
I mean, I don't even think they got the right numbers in London because several different outlets are saying 150,000. Some of them saying a little bit over. Some of them saying 3 million. I mean,
I reckon there was a good million plus.
Yeah,
like a few 100,000 for sure.
Yeah. All right, Spike.
I can't remember when they videoed. I was looking for it earlier because I actually had it. I played it on one of my lives, and you had the Palestine March, and that went through the same areas, and they had helicopters flying over, but you had no police for the Palestine marches.
No, they don't do anything about that.
All you had was yellow vests.
Yeah, they're allowed to do whatever.
Yeah. No, there was similar numbers.
Yeah.
What's that? What's that?
Yeah, a lot of paid actors there too. Unfortunately, but people need to make money.
Hey, which video? Someone wants me to give them a video. I've got a clue which video they're talking about.
I didn't know about the Facebook ban. I'm not on there, so but yeah, I got banned.
Hey up, Mickey. If you look at aerial footage, I've got to go back up. Smiler and the biggest YouTubers, political commentators on YouTube are Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Hassan Piker, Dave Smith. All they do is shit on Israel and the name here. Please explain how you can talk about the
Yeah, the Israel link to Charlie Kirk's getting worse and worse.
Yeah. I mean, we know that. What was it? There was 40. There was 40 of his major donors were Israeli, like Shulman and all that lot. Same ones that sponsored Tommy Robinson.
Yeah.
You know, the same ones that paid for him. But
now, is it true that Netanyahu was the first to announce Charlie's death?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he had somebody in the hospital there, right?
Probably. Well, I mean, there's footage of a drone. There's footage of a drone flying around, you know, and Utah said no drone, right? But you also got the bloke that was 9/11. I think he was 9/11. He was at some school shooting, and then he was at Charlie Kirk. He's been like all three places. He was the one they first arrested. Yeah. That then dropped his trousers and all this crap, you know. But then, I don't know. I've been looking at different ballistic stuff today. I've been looking at different things.
We were even looking at miniature drones on the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're quite effective too, and you could time a bullet with a drone easily.
I was watching some of them trying to explain like the rifle and the bullet and the distance and the stuff like that. A couple of them, well, they're supposed to be specialists in the field, you know, and they're shooting these rifles at a target and they can't even hit the fucking target. And then you get a bloke that's been in fucking military training and said, well, with a sight scoped in and that type of rifle, you'd have a fucking hard job to miss it at 200 yards.
Yeah, fucking hell. If you sight your scope in 100 yards, you'll hit anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only have to go one click up.
Yeah.
For 200. Obviously, they already had somebody standing at the tent for windage as well. So you know, but then you had like somebody giving different signs.
Yeah.
Has anybody actually studied the last bit of video before the shot at him?
No, I didn't.
What the person at the top?
No, the two people either side of him. Because my mate come round today and he said, "Did you see?"
Hello.
Long time.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. What's the conversation about?
Well, all dupes.
Oh yeah.
It's just anything. I mean, I did say this is meant to be a British Patriotic March, or was it pushing something out?
Well.
And here we are talking about something else now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What are you talking about?
Well, the march and Charlie Kirk there.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Oh, go on then. I'll join in when I feel suitable.
Yeah, you were saying about the people beside him there, Michael?
Yeah, he had somebody either side of him while he was doing what he does. Obviously, I suppose it's part of his security detail or whatever. But my mate said if you actually study it, it's almost like fucking sign language to something out in the fucking audience.
Well, they all had Ashkenazi surnames.
You are funny. What does that mean?
European Jew. Ashkenazi.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, why is that relevant?
That was his security detail.
Well,
And obviously they're saying that the security, obviously they're saying that, you know, they got rid of him because he obviously started going down the wrong path because he started calling out Israel.
So you believe it was Mossad?
I don't know, to be honest.
You're considering it.
I am considering it. There's a lot of things pointing that way.
But then again, if there was another organisation that was after doing it, it'd be easy enough to point the finger at Mossad, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If you get me drift.
That's the problem that we've got, isn't it? The minute that they're sort of like insinuating that, you've got to ask why are they insinuating that so heavily.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
Well, there's a lot of money up the top in there, and there's a lot of money up the top that just want to divide and conquer and get us all fighting amongst each other.
Yeah.
You know?
But people who knew him said that he'd gone left. They're now saying that he was in a relationship with a transgender, isn't it?
What?
Shooter bloke,
yeah. Hated that.
Oh, the shooter, yeah. But now it's come out that the shooter in the shooter.
They don't.
Has it?
Yeah.
They don't honestly believe 100% that he's the shooter.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at there's a guy that installs all the CCTV for all the colleges, all the schools, all the that campus had 1,500 cameras. They're 4K cameras, right? And it all goes up to a database, right? And the imagery that they're giving us is absolutely shite. I mean, one of the recording where it actually shows him being hit in the neck, that was filmed in 15 frames, right? It's completely altered. The one where you actually see it go through him, blah de blah de blah. That was only filmed in 15 frames.
Yeah.
There's a video editor that went right through the video.
There's a lot of big questions still.
Apparently his dad was an ex-policeman though, and he was the one that recognised him and shopped him in. Yeah,
he went off to a minister or a priest or something at the local bloody church or whatever, who was also ex-forces.
Ex-forces, yeah.
Yeah. Just seems too much stuff still needs to be answered about it before.
And they said he lived at home. Then they say he lived with a roommate. They're confused. Then you got Patel. You got what's he called? Rash Patel or whatever he's called. I mean, Cash Patel. Yeah, his eyes, unbelievable, Matt. His eyes, they're worse than some of Tommy's eyes when you've seen him doing videos.
Yeah, I think there's
his eyes were popping out of his head, man.
There's a hell of a lot more to be answered and squared up to be a cut and dried thing, because this is just too quick to be cut and dried, and too many irregularities amongst the stuff.
And all of a sudden, where did he take those rounds to get professionally engraved? You know, when they showed the engraving, I was expecting to see, like, you know, somebody's bought what's those cheap engravers called that you buy in B&Q and all?
There you go. Brent's just said exactly what I've just said. What were the people doing hand signs standing behind Charlie Kirk? Seconds later, bang.
Yeah. Well, one sign means take again.
Mm.
Yeah, because apparently there was 2 shots.
Yeah.
And when we were speaking about it the other day, I said, well, you would have had a crack and a thump.
Yeah.
But you
because
don't.
I initially said to you, I thought there was 2, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're saying that it was taken from his right hand side.
Yeah.
And it was taken off on one of those, and the shots were actually fired from one of those foam guns.
Mm.
Well, they do like to try out their technology.
Yeah.
Hey up, Optical. Hey up, Mr. Dunn, sir.
All right, Paul. Optical.
I was in your chat last night, Duke, so I don't think I could be seen. I think I was still blocked.
See, have they put out a video of the shot being fired? Like they have them on video on the roof, right? But
well, no, I mean, there was people that filmed him on the roof.
yeah.
But nobody filmed him actually take a shot from the roof. Then they said he broke the gun down and then he reassembled it. Those Mausers, even taking the fucking bolt out of a Mauser is a pain in the ass. Yeah, it's a 2-handed job to take the bolt out, before you can actually take anything else apart, because you've got to take the bolt out before you take anything else apart.
And then reassembled it in the woods and wrapped it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you need screwdrivers or Allen. Even if you change the bolts to Allen keys, you still need the Allen key to take it apart. You still got to take the trigger mechanism off. You still got to take the bolt off before you can actually remove the barrel. And it depends, because they're saying it was a 1998 Mauser. Well, a 1998 Mauser isn't the same Mauser as in the photographs.
Yeah. Well,
there's a lot of irregularities, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's the FBI photographs in a cardboard box.
Yeah.
You know, and that isn't even a 1998 Mauser that they're showing the photographs of.
It's like they want to get caught.
Yeah, and the magazine will take 5 shots and 1 in the chamber. But what was engraved on the bullet, I mean, what was engraved, well, that was totally bizarre, that was.
Very strange.
But, my first thought was the FBI themselves, or CIA, put the markings on there.
The brand
he left the spent cartridge in the rifle so as there wouldn't be evidence left at the scene. Well, you can only fire 1 cartridge at a time, and then you got to eject it, reload another one, ain't you?
Yeah, you got to recock it.
So he was pretty cocksure he was going to do it with the first bullet to have left it in there. Too many irregularities for my liking, but
yeah, but then when you look at the photographs of the guy that they said it was walking up the steps, and then you look at the photograph of the guy that they've arrested, and you do facial comparisons, there's no comparison in the 2 pictures.
No.
Even his movements when he was going across, when he jumped off the roof, right? He's supposed to have the barrel down his trouser legs.
Yeah.
Well, if you've got a barrel, because the barrel on the Mauser is full-length barrel, right?
Yeah.
So if you've got a barrel down your trouser, you ain't bending your knee.
Yeah. Or is it a case he's been made a scapegoat and he's gonna disappear off the face of the earth and come back as Julie somebody next year?
Yeah, well, he is a crisis actor.
Yeah.
He was a crisis actor. He'd been in a couple of films as a crisis actor.
All seems a bit bloody weird to me.
Doesn't it? Yeah. It's always fucking weird, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Frequency. Oh, pork chop.
Oh, Porky.
But yeah, I don't think the Charlie Kirk killer will ever be caught. I think the Charlie Kirk killer was stood next to him, personally.
Something else was mentioned to me today as well.
Go on.
If the bullet was fired from one direction, the blood would go a certain way, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but originally the blood starts going upwards before it comes downwards.
Yeah.
So if it was like, why did they remove the cameras straight away? Why did they remove the camera? He got up on the chair. It was a crime scene. They got up on the chair and removed that front-facing camera straight away.
Yeah.
And they were Sony cameras. They were decent quality camera.
Yeah.
So
well, yeah, you know, if you're having a crime scene, you want to stop all recording and immediately, don't you? Yeah. That makes sense.
Well, no, if you got cameras there, you'd leave it rolling, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't
then,
go up there and take them down or stop them.
But then they allowed that bloke to jump over the tape, yeah, and then start picking up baseball caps and throwing baseball caps to people. Yeah, pass me one. I want one. I want one. Pass me one.
And mate, he was security detail to stop that, wasn't it?
Yeah, mate. But so he was in the crime scene throwing baseball caps to other people.
And the security just let them do that?
Firstly, people thought the blood coming out of his neck was an exit hole. But was it a ricochet off of a bulletproof vest?
Yeah, they're saying that they think it clipped the top of his vest. That's why it went up into his neck.
But if you look at the video, the exit hole is actually square.
Yeah,
it's actually square because the pixelation is so bad on the video. When you actually go frame by frame, it's actually square.
Yeah.
I still like the idea that they might. Well, I don't like the idea, but kind of if they're testing out micro drones, because you can't even see the shooter shooting, right? They obviously probably have some film of that happening.
Yeah.
If he
November man.
If he even got a shot off, I don't know.
Yeah, baseball caps.
Yeah.
But the weird blood spatter, you're talking about a square hole. That's weird.
Yeah.
Could have been a like a charged explosive, shaped charged explosive.
Well, there was talk of that because he played with it. Because I mean, some people are saying, "What's that on his T-shirt?" Well, that on his T-shirt was his microphone, where they were recording it for another camera.
Yeah, they're almost the exact same size as drones now. The little microphones, they're like half an inch to an inch long. Same with drones now; they're bug-sized.
But just beforehand, you see him touch his camera, touch his microphone on his T-shirt.
Yeah.
And then the next minute, you see. So some people were saying that he was activating a ballistic pack.
Yeah. One theory was that was a drone on his shirt and it flew up and exploded.
Yeah.
What about a blood pack drone?
Yeah.
An explosive.
I reckon he could be a live frequency because absolutely bizarre. I mean, I kept looking at that video where she's kissing his hand and she's got the G ring on.
Oh,
you know, the 33rd hour. You know, they caught the shooter on the 33rd hour. You know, he was the 18,000 something 33rd person to be shot in Utah. It ends in 33. There was something. 11 and something else. The shooter was 22, and it was on the 11, so that's adds up to 33 again.
Wasn't it on the 10th?
Yeah, it was on the 10th, but they said that he was supposed to be still alive, didn't they?
Yeah, they kept him alive till the 11th, didn't they?
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, all those numbers. It's hard to, use that as actual evidence, but it just keeps happening all the freaking time.
See, something else that don't quite add up is didn't they sort of stall on saying whether he was dead or not until he'd gone to the hospital?
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, but he was on life support, so that would have been a
yeah. But several people have already said once that had gone through his neck like that, there was no fucking getting back from that. He was obviously fucking dead there and then.
I would agree if that's what happened. Yeah.
Straight for his carotid, it's by Vienna, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, straight through the carotid artery. You ain't surviving that.
Yeah. So why was there the stall before saying that he was fucking dead?
Well, you got Matey. It's the American. He's one of the American shooting guys that I watch. I watched two of them. I can't remember his bloody name. His 50 cal blew up in front of him, and it actually got him in the neck. And he actually drove to hospital with his thumb down his neck, stopping because he actually did go into the carotid artery, and he actually managed to drive to hospital, or his dad drove him to hospital with his thumb stuck, and he made a t-shirt with a thumb. I can't remember what he's called. Kentucky Ballistics, is it? I don't know. I can't remember which one it was, but he actually shot it. He actually his barrel exploded on him.
Yeah,
and actually took out his carotid artery.
He's very lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, there are 3 cats with 47 on them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that speech, when she got up and done that speech is just mad. All the symbolism and everything else is in the background of that speech is bizarre. All right, Dupes. I don't know what happened. You was muted for ages. Yeah, Mickey, is it Kentucky Ballistics that actually has got the big scar across his neck now, where he actually took out his carotid artery when his barrel blew up on him?
Yeah. We were trained as kids that you could stick a pen in there. You break a pen in half and stick it in there. That way the brain doesn't go dead.
Yeah. Hey up, beautiful serendipity.
You said you got videos to look at, do you?
Yeah, I'm just looking for one now. Where's it stopped?
Yeah, there's so many possibilities for killing somebody these days. Smart bullets, drones.
Let me know if it's got volume.
Adversaries.
Yeah.
I had a lot. I was super excited to see
It's
you
on.
what power Israel has over our country. And there was nobody that was going to make a bigger impact than Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk had the voice of the American youth. And he talked about any revolution, any type of regime change operation that our government's in. The most important part of that operation is the youth. And nobody had an ear of the youth more than Charlie Kirk. So I want to talk about frame rates, and I want to talk about resolutions. When we talk about,
so that's another big problem. You know, the youth did have the ear of the youth, and because he was going down the route of being anti-Israel, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, slowing down clips, or people saying, "Hey, I watched."
But I mean, what's he called? Supposed to be taking over. Oh, what the hell is he called? What the hell is he called? The horrible little man that wears a small hat. I can't remember his name. Oh God, what's he called? He's supposed to be taking over Charlie's studio. Ben Shapiro, that's the one. Yeah, Ben Shapiro supposed to be taking over.
Mm-hmm.
I said, is he gonna get the 40 million that obviously he got from all the Israeli money? Yeah, that's it, Steve.
I've heard him speak. I don't know if he's pro or anti-Israel, actually.
He was shocked at October the 7th. Then he come out and said about death and destruction and bombs and children. And so he was saying that, you know, Israel shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
Then he was getting all the funding, obviously. So he went down the back Israel. And like in his early career, he always backed Israel because it was AIPAC money.
Yeah.
Right. And then towards the before if it was a death, if it isn't a death, if it, you know, if he's on some private island now in hiding or whatever, you know. But you know, 40 million, and his donors weren't happy because he was anti.
I see. Okay. And I thought I heard him talking anti-Israel recently.
Yeah. Yeah, I played some of it. I played some of his anti-Israel clips the other day. Where's the play?
Video, it's in AI. That bullet came from the side of the neck. I really want to show you what they're actually trying to convince you. So check this out. Okay, so like people like I am Jen Colin do some great work, but I really want to show you what that means. So take a look at this video. Okay, this is a video I filmed with Ken O'Keefe. And if you hit any movie or film on your Mac, and you just hit Command I, it's going to bring up your inspector card. So your inspector card shows you your resolution and your frame rate. So let's just start with resolution, just because this is the most crazy, right? When we're all watching this video of Charlie, we're like, yeah, man, this video is massive, right? It's full screen. Okay, let me open it again and show you. So I open it again and show you. Okay, there it is. Okay, now look at the resolution. 150 by 58. But until you see it this way, you can't really comprehend it. Okay, so we have Ken O'Keefe in here, and if we go up to our settings and we go to sequence settings, we come over here, we can see that we're at 3,840 times 2,160. So that is your size of your actual frame. Okay, that is 4K. That is standard 4K. Now they do a little bit bigger size for 4K, but we'll just go. That was 4K in 2017. Okay, so you're watching this video, you're like, yeah. Over here, you're watching the video of Ken, and you see the video next to Charlie. You're like, okay, same size video. Okay, what does that mean though? Now watch when I put the video of Charlie. We come over here and we grab this video of Charlie and we throw it in here. You understand how much smaller this actual video is than this actual video. This is 4K. This is what we are watching here, zoomed in on, zoomed in on, zoomed in on. And what does that mean? And now the next thing I want to show you right here is actual frame rate. So everything we film is pretty much in 30 frames per second, right? Or 29.97. Now, if I grab another clip from say X, let's just go to one other random one I downloaded. Let's check this one out. Okay, this one right here, 30 frames per second. What that most likely tells me is somebody actually put that into a program like Video Leap or CapCut and they re-rendered her iMovie and they re-rendered it out, because most likely the phone that filmed this was filming in 29 frames per second or 60 frames per second, okay? So when you talk about a clip being at 15 frames per second, Command I again, you can see we're at 15 frames per second. So this video has already been altered. Obviously, you can tell by the resolution it's been altered. That's not good. And then it's hard to say, like, yeah, what happened to Charlie Kirk's neck there? We're all doing our best to try to figure this out, but it's hard because that's what you're actually looking at. So you would have to get out a magnifying glass and a microscope and zoom into that, or you're blowing it up and it's looking like this. Now, what happens? Now, what this means is this has been uploaded to X at 30 frames per second. Somebody downloaded it. They slowed it down by 50% and they re-uploaded it. Why is that also a bad thing? Okay, so take a look at every detail on Ken's face. I mean, we can get in there, we can see the wrinkles, we could probably see some nose hairs in there, you can see every facial hair. Now, when you look up at the hat, this has been rendered one time. So when you're rendering, an algorithm's rendering, it's trying to make the size of that file, right? The bit rate, the file size as small as possible, especially when it's uploading to Twitter, because Twitter doesn't want to store all that space. So what Twitter does is it looks for any color where there's not much movement, like this is all black. So instead of having every pixel be in detail there, if there's no movement, what it's going to do is it's going to clump it into one. Take a look at Charlie's hair. Here you can see a little bit better. You can see a little bit more of a defined hair there. This looks just like one big blob. So what this tells us is this has been re-uploaded, downloaded again, re-uploaded again. So if I uploaded this to X, downloaded it, re-uploaded it, downloaded it, re-uploaded it, eventually you wouldn't be able to see any wrinkles in his face. You wouldn't be, the tattoos would start to blur together. All of this would be just one solid blob for sure. And eventually it would be so compressed that it would be so blurry that you almost couldn't see anything. So when we talk about, is it AI? Was it AI? Was this used? Was that used? Unless we are actually talking about getting the original video in 60 frames per second. That was, remember when his ring was changing fingers? And I go, holy crap, you know what's crazy about this and the stuff that they could get away with before that they're not able to get away with now? It's because most iPhones, if you have the settings set right, are filming in 60 frames per second. Most people put them back to 30 because it makes the files twice as big. And if you're trying to, if you have an iPhone that doesn't have much storage, you don't want to waste all that storage. You have to delete videos every 10 days. So what you do is you change your settings to 30 frames per second or 24 frames per second. When you're watching a movie at the movie theater, 24 frames per second. When you're watching a TV show on TV, 30 frames per second. When you're watching a kid play a video game or stream video games, 60 frames per second, because the cameras use every little movement. And if the more frames per second you have, the quicker, every little detail, every blade of grass, every hair, everything is bigger. And there's more to this too. We can talk about the bit rate next, but we won't go down that rabbit hole. This should be enough to help you guys understand. And one last little bit I'm going to throw in there, right? Okay, so when you're filming with my Sony A6100 or Sony FX3, or I'm filming on my iPhone, it's filming in actually 29.97 frames per second. Anytime you see one that's in actually 30 frames per second, the only device that films at flat 30 frames per second is an actual GoPro. All cameras, all iPhones, almost all, actually, well, I just know iPhone specifically. So any iPhone or any device, any Sony device, we're all filming in 29.9 frames per 29.97 frames per second. When you're filming in 60 frames per second, you're actually filming at 59.94 frames per second, okay? Do you understand that? So if you see a video that's uploaded and it actually says 60 frames per second, most likely that was either shot on a GoPro or it was actually uploaded into something like Video Leap or CapCut, rendered out, then re-uploaded to X where it's on X, so that's 2 compressions, downloaded again, 3 compressions. Do you see where I'm going with this? By the time you have somebody that's like editing or trying to zoom in on a clip or anything like that, if it's not the original, it is so compressed that you can't, every pixel in that video is not original. The algorithm has compressed it, it's clumped things together, it makes the bullet hole move positions and bounce around. And then when you slow it down from 30 frames to 15 frames per second, there is no such thing as 15 frames per second. When you take a video that's filmed in 30 frames per second, you slow it down by 50%, you are literally losing 50% of your frames every second that you play that video. So it jumps, it skips, it's, I don't know how else to explain it. I hope that made sense for you guys. Drop some comments below. Let me know if you guys are liking these videos. I'm going to keep working on this angle. I definitely still don't think the dude on the roof is a trans shooter, and he has a boyfriend that wears furry things, and they had butt sex in the Congress. Oh, that was Lindsey Graham's side.
He's done a couple of more.
Not conclusive evidence, but shows that probably tampered with. At least it was degraded. Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where to put us. Put us up there. Is it big enough on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do we go there? Yeah.
But if you render it, it'll get smaller.
If you guys have been following my work on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, we're going to dive deep in this video, and I'm going to need your help at the end, so please stay tuned. The weapon you're looking at here on the screen is called a cell phone pistol. Was this pistol used to assassinate Charlie Kirk at close range? Let's dive in. Before we dive into the pistol, I want to talk about everything that we're going to talk about in this video. So we're going to talk about, was Charlie Kirk wearing a bulletproof vest? We're going to talk about the location of the shooter. We're going to talk about the cell phone pistol. We're going to talk about the potential assassin. We're going to talk about Google Trends and the rate of iPhone pistol or iPhone gun searches recently. We're going to talk about the front shot, the bullet hitting him in the chest. And we are going to talk about, last but not least, the cleaning up of the crime scene. So stay tuned. So firstly, I want to give a shout out to Tech Miniature over on YouTube. If you guys are not following that channel, check out this video.
This smartphone-like device can send anyone to heaven, and no one would ever know, as it is specifically designed to look like an average smartphone that can be easily hidden in any pocket, allowing you to blend into public spaces without drawing attention. But in case of danger, a quick transformation unfolds it into a 380 ACP two-shot Derringer pistol. Its hammerless firing system ensures easy use and added safety.
Now, before I hear people in the comments, guys, this video has 11.3 million views, and this is about the Utah University surveillance cameras. People want to see those videos. We have rights to see the CCTV footage. Now, let me show you an update from a subscriber who just sent me some really critical information. This guy says, "Hey, Ryan, I do security and access control for a living. I install, configure access camera stations in VMS's video management systems for a living, and I have a wealth of knowledge on your recent posted topic. I manage a large campus security for over 150 companies, and I do this it includes universities. Here to provide any information that you may find valuable. For a bit perspective, the university that I am contracted to with has an attending population of 5,700 kids. There are about 300 cameras deployed across this campus. The VMS, or referenced to here, has a massive amount of compute and storage capacity, clocking in a retention time for 1 year or more. So to everybody to say that there's no way that they had 1,500 cameras and they can never store all that data, you need 76 terabytes of data per day. I knew that was a lie, but now we have the proof. Okay, so now let's talk about this handgun, shall we? Let's talk about the size. So the exact length and width are the exact same size as the iPhone 7, slightly smaller than the iPhone 5, if you guys remember those. There's a better look at what this actually handgun looks like. So this is the pistol grip for it. This is the IC380, and it transforms into a self-defense firearm. You can see the exact dimensions of this gun, 5.5 inches, 3 inches in width.
575 pounds.
It's only 18.4 ounces, so there's 16 ounces in a pound. Roughly for a pound. Length 3 inches, so it'd be very tiny. You could easily conceal that in the palm of your hand. Now, the next thing I want to show is the targets. I believe this target was at 3 yards, so about 9 feet away, which would have been basically the distance of the shooter from Charlie Kirk, give or take. And now the next thing I want to point out is the actual firearm, the barrel itself. It can hold 2 shots. So everybody's talking about somebody in the crowd might have taken a second shot. I think he hit him with the first shot, but just to give you guys an idea of the barrel size. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the man that we believe was potentially firing off a round right next to Charlie Kirk. And if we zoom right in here, we take a look at his waistband, there's definitely something there. Again, to anybody saying that this is not the gun, I am not saying it is. I am not saying that this is what shot Charlie Kirk. What I am saying is there is CCTV footage of every square inch of that campus. Why are they not releasing it? They could put all of this to rest very quickly. Show us this man getting onto the roof. Show us him changing his clothes. Show him jumping off the roof from the cameras that were by the campus. Show us him leaving.
That's the point. They said that he got changed. He got on the roof, he shot, then got off the roof, got changed. But when they arrested him, he was wearing exactly the same clothing. So he got changed back into the clothing again. Well, that was like the next day, well, it was 33 hours. So why would you get up in the morning and put on the same clothes that you put on when you were supposed to be on the roof of a building?
Yeah, those you'd probably burn or throw in the dumpster or something.
Exactly.
The perimeter of that campus, that can all be done. So if whatever your theory you're saying, and you want to prove that you're right and I'm wrong, or this didn't happen, release the CCTV footage. Release the turning point footage that the gentleman took from the campus, which we're going to talk about next. Watch this video.
Big up, Serendipity. Thank you. No, what's he got in his hand?
Does it unfold and refold very easily?
Yeah. Yes, you see him put it in his pocket and then run.
Okay, did everybody catch that? I just want to be very clear. It looks like this man has his fist gripped. It looks like there's a black barrel directly there under his shirt. So whatever conspiracy theories you were thinking, I don't know if I've ever crossed my arms with my fist and put them under my arm like that. I would put them flat. I don't think I would grip them. Let me think. No.
Yeah.
So just to make sure that screen wasn't locked, right? I'm not going to grip my hands in a fist motion.
No.
Even if I'm holding my cell phone. If I'm holding my cell
your arm
phone,
out a bit.
there is nothing I'm going to have in my hand that's going to make my arms look like that from the side. There's just not. And I don't think I would sit like.
Yeah, the man in the white t-shirt, me. Yeah, why did he jump twice?
I wouldn't. Maybe if I have my hand flat like this. So if we have another side of that guy and he's sitting like this, and he has his hand like this for some reason, but it would have to be down a little bit lower because there's this gap up here that's dark and black. Okay. Now the next thing I want to talk about. So the first video I want to watch is this one of Charlie Kirk, and everybody says that he gets hit by a bullet in the chest and it shoots up and ricochets into his chest. And I'm saying, if that is true, where is the bullet? Where is the hole in the shirt? And nobody can explain that to me.
And wouldn't it hit his chin?
Yeah. What Kyle Seraphin said was he was probably wearing a white vest. And if you shot somebody with a long rifle at that range, it's possible that it could hit the white shirt and immediately bounce off the vest without leaving any impression in the shirt or putting a hole in the shirt and ricochet directly up into his throat. But if you look at this vest and you look right below there, I mean, it would have had to hit right specifically at the tip of this, at the very tip, because it almost looked like it hit like right here.
It depends whether it is a plate like that or whether it was just Kevlar.
So it had to have hit him down here and somehow not put a hole in the shirt or in the vest and then ricochet up, directly up.
I suppose it could spin into his neck.
If we take a look at some of these photos that have been posted by people like I Am John Cullen, you see Charlie Kirk clearly bent over here. Do you think that could be under that shirt?
John Cullen did ballistics. I'll have a look at that in November.
Now, I have a video that
I might have watched it.
You guys to check.
Everybody, I'll tell you what.
The collar's lifted up a bit.
All 5 of them. We're taking this country back, everybody. I'll tell you what.
I mean, if you take a look down his shirt, guys, I want to believe so bad, but I can almost see his skin under that shirt. I don't think he's wearing anything under that vest. And that black little clip there, that's a microphone. So we can put that one to rest at least. Okay, on this next one, this is where I need any one of you guys that are patriots, freedom-loving Americans, and want to try to get to the bottom of this since they're not releasing that CCTV footage. I need your help. I want you to take a look at the trajectory of this. We're going to talk about that bullet one more time, but I'm going to ask for your help here in a minute. Okay, so let's talk about the position of that bullet. So if Charlie Kirk is wearing a vest and this bullet, this shooter is shooting from an elevated position way up here on this roof somewhere, and that bullet's coming down on this downward trajectory, it would have to hit that vest, and you would think it would have ricocheted down. But so from this upward trajectory, and I'm no bullet expert, so you guys do your thing. I mean, I'm no pro at this. I barely shoot. So, but it comes on a downward trajectory and then somehow changes and goes up into Charlie's neck. Okay. Well, maybe if we take a look at this vest right here, say, okay, so maybe if we take a look at this vest and you say, yeah, I can see the bow on there, but this guy's kind of jacked, right? I don't think Charlie Kirk has that outward build to make that vest bend like that. But again, I'm no expert. You guys tell me what you think. But my next question is, and I would love for some of you guys at this campus to help me out with this one. I think campus opens back up today or tomorrow, so you guys can tell me this. Let's get a measurement on this. What do we say? Maybe 6-7 feet tops from ground, because you got to be able to reach up and kind of connect that. So it is within arm's reach here, right? So from the position of where Charlie,
now they're normally about 8 foot tall there, aren't they?
Is it possible? Because when I'm looking right here, out here at this roof, the shooter's angle would have almost been blocked by the height of this canopy. Now, if the roof continues to go up higher out here and he's trying to shoot down, would he even have had a clear shot? I'm pretty sure he would. But why don't you guys do me a favor and let me know what you guys see when you guys get back to campus. Go film this spot and shoot me a DM with some videos, please. Okay, one last thing I had to add in there. So people like Harrison Smith said that anybody that's talking about a second weapon being used, I watched the crowd. I saw them. As soon as they got shot, I watched the crowd jump in shock and look up to their right like they saw a gun. Well, it just so happened I was at the airport that day and I recorded all the footage. I downloaded literally within like 8 minutes of it happening. I was ripping all those videos to my phone. So I still have the original, which are almost impossible to find on X. Watch this crowd and let me know if you think they jump and react.
I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I didn't see anybody move until after they seen Kirk fall. I seen them all pause for a second. They saw the shot. And then when Kirk started to go, then they all started to kind of panic. But look what else I just saw. I just saw that guy in the blue shirt. And if it looked when he turned from the other angle, it looked like he turned and put something in his pocket and then went and responded. So check this out. This is interesting. I just caught that.
I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
See, that did not sound like a Mauser shot, right? Because a Mauser shot is 7.62 by 63. It's 30 odd secs. Right, so a Mauser, the caliber of a Mauser is 30 odd secs, which is 7.62. Right, NATO rounds now are smaller. 7.62 is the same round as by 63 is the same round that you have in Kalashnikov. Same rounds you used to have in the SLR. Right, and that wasn't even the same noise.
Sounds like a whip going off instead of a gun.
Yeah. And you get a crack. You don't get crack thump. Whereas 200 yards, 200 yards, you could hear crack thumps when you was in the range and you was down in the range bunker. You could hear the crack and the thump.
Yeah.
At range.
It's an enclosed space. You'd probably hear that thump.
No, so 30. They call them 30 odd secs, Springfield. Right, which is 7.62 by 63 millimeter. A 7.62 millimeter in you. If it was supposed to be, if it was supposed to have actually gone into his, not into his chest, or not into a bulletproof vest, if it was supposed to have gone straight in his neck, what Type was saying the other night, it would have taken his head off.
Yeah, wouldn't his head be half off? Yeah, because it would blow a bigger hole out the back.
Yeah, 7.62
would have been completely destroyed.
Yeah, I mean you can get it. You can get it in a chest with a 7.62. Yeah, you can't see the entry hole, but the exit hole is half the spine. You know, the spine and everything else around it will. If you're centre mass, it'll just rip your back out. There isn't just going to be a little bit of crack thump correlates to the distance. Yeah. But you get hit by a 7.62, you're gonna have worse mess than that.
Yeah, he was spewing blood, but there didn't seem to be like, I would expect half of his neck to spatter on the people behind him.
Yeah.
If that's the case, like they were saying,
it wasn't. It was just a
50 caliber or something. Like
it wasn't like a a mad explosion of his neck. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I showed that in ballistics in Trump shooting, didn't I?
Yeah.
Ballistics in Trump shooting, you know, it didn't clip his ear because it would have taken his ear clean off.
Yeah.
Just with the velocity.
I'm just going to the basics auditorium.
Okay.
I need to get
Move that a minute. Oh no, we was gonna know. No, we was gonna see what happened when they after it hit, wouldn't we? What they did.
Yeah.
Give it some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Like that guy there, he's called Zoom or somebody or other. He's an Ashkenazi asking him a question.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Clearly, the question wasn't. He asked a different question than he originally entered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. But he was actually Ashkenazi. This guy here was supposed to be Ashkenazi as well.
Yeah. I kind of think the trigger word is the trans shooter.
Yeah.
That's the time to shoot because the question he asked was about shooters, right?
Mm.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's
your keyword.
Turned from the other angle. It looked like he turned and put something in his pocket and then went and responded. So check this out. This is interesting. I just caught that.
I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been
How many mass shooters there been
in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
No, he put something in his pocket then.
Yeah, what was it? The arm flipping out.
Yeah.
Did that be the motion you used to open that gun?
Oh, you see the red t-shirts all running away. There's an interview with one of those red t-shirts and they shut him down.
And honestly, this is what I love doing this shit with you guys. That video for the first time, I think that's the only angle. Did you see the guy wipe his nose? That literally didn't look like a hand signal. From the other side, it looks like a hand signal. From that side, it just looks like the guy had something like it literally, the guy in the white hat that everybody's saying and doing the nose signals, he's like wiping his nose. But and the guy with the shooter that we think was taking the side shot from that angle, I don't know if it looks like his body moves at the same time with that gun. So it's kind of like we're breaking this shit down, but this is why I do this all with you guys. I'm not trying to paint a narrative. I'm trying to say release the damn CCTV footage so we can put this shit to rest.
Yeah, somebody did. Yeah, I think 2 people did, didn't they, November Man? Butler. But there was more bullets than 1 bullet, wasn't there, of that?
The fireman died at Butler, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There was 5 shots at Butler, wasn't there?
Mm. Where's the interview gone? So here's another picture, but he was obviously cold because you could see his nipples. But then he got a weird shoulder there, look. What's going on there?
Those vests come with nipples?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You got a nipple there and a nipple there, but you got some weird thing going on there, look. What's this scar here? Don't know.
Yeah, I still stick by my guess of CIA and Mossad. CIA would want to get rid of them too, so I think they'd be all right with teaming up to get rid of them. You know, it's like a yearly tradition. They get together for a weekend and kill somebody.
Hey?
It's like a tradition for them, right? 9/11.
Yeah.
They get together on the weekend or the time around 9/11 and kill somebody. Or thousands of people.
I don't know who he's talking about here.
I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. You think children should have, you should see, what is the age? At what age should you start to see public executions?
16. I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12, whenever, like 6th grade or so. You are a person, you know, they're old enough to, you don't need to like really wallow in it and have them be broken on a wheel or anything. But if it was something like chopping, you know, if we had a guillotine or something,
I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day. I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think we'll watch that execution. That'll make my day. I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public.
So I don't know who he was talking about a public execution. That was Trump the same day. He was at a ball game one day and he was doing the dance in the crowd.
It's a money day for him, probably.
Yeah. Big MAGA donations.
I get a kickback. I get a donation.
Oh, this is the video of a girl who's she's some sort of marketing director, and she goes through all the Erica Kirk video, and this is mad as poo, man. When you look, I mean, I was looking at it and was thinking, what's going on? And then it was like when you see him, you see her at the coffin. Has anybody in the chat seen this video yet?
Nope, I haven't.
No.
I just had a really long day of travel, so I'm just getting caught up. But I did see the Erica Kirk video, and
that's as loud as I can get it.
For some reference before we dive in, I have a master's.
Oh, that's right under name, yeah.
And I work as a marketing manager, which means it is my job all day, every day to write copy, to create content.
Always with all the cars showing up at the guy's house too.
right things
out
are
of state cars and stuff.
that get you to engage, whether that is to buy a product, to buy a service, to get you to volunteer for something. That is what I do all day, every day. I look at target audiences, and then I get people to do things that are calls to action. And let me be clear, we're not even going to play the video. We don't even need to play the video, because I am not talking about what Erica says at all. I'm talking about what is said by your visual cues in this video. Here is a still.
I mean, Erica said what every MAGA, what Netanyahu wanted to hear. If you listen to her actual video.
Image of the video, and if you want, I encourage you to pause it and look around. What do you see other than her, which is also important? The thing that immediately caught my eye was that. And at first I was like, is that what I think it is? And it certainly was. What an odd thing to have turned out on a bookshelf to perfectly face the camera. And if you still don't know what that is, let me show you. That's exactly what that is. It is the Time magazine cover that features Donald Trump as Person of the Year, and that is a very odd thing to have staring down the camera. This subliminal messaging is echoed again in the foreground. You see one MAGA hat, two MAGA hats. That one's a little bit cut off, but that's certainly what it is. Now, given the events of this week, it makes sense that Charlie's picture is here, and it makes sense that there is some text there, but there are two things that do not make sense. What doesn't make sense for a mourning wife is to have the Turning Point USA logo at the very top. This is a branded statement. What also doesn't make sense is a podium in the middle of an office. Podiums, or lecterns as they're sometimes called, are used when you want to put someone in a position of authority. Think about a speaker at a conference. Think about even a pulpit in church. It's also a place where we know that messages are typically delivered that are either unifying or inspirational. Last but not least, look at just how much white is involved. You have the white bookshelf, the white wall. She is dressed in white. We are trying to make her, from a marketing perspective, look innocent and angelic and pure and all of those things that are associated with the color white.
But why, this is supposed to be Charlie Kirk's studio, why is there a lectern in there in the first place? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why do they all of a sudden get a Perspex lectern, you know, and mount it next to his chair? I mean, in the actual video, she said he loves this chair. Yeah, it's like the video is like really cringe. I'll find it in a minute.
Yes, she does have a black shirt on, but this is not the typical look of someone who is in mourning. Typically, we see people wearing black. And let's not forget the empty chair with the microphone, which is very clearly meant to acknowledge Charlie's absence. But it's done so subliminally. And then she's standing there presiding over that empty chair from a podium. Now that you've seen all of that, my challenge to you is to write in the comments, what do you think all of this is? And what do you think all of this means? Because what I saw in that video today was not necessarily just a woman who is mourning her husband's death. I have a lot to say about that, but I just want to point out the facts here.
What do you think of that?
That's some good points there.
Mm.
Very propagandistic, yeah.
Very strange, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, her eulogy was it about turning points? Probably in there, you know.
To have lost the political side of it, surely those baseball caps and his picture should have been taken away from that, at least.
Mm.
The magazine picture, I mean, so that should have been removed. Likewise, so should the caps. Otherwise, you are making it a political thing, aren't you?
Yeah. That's the guy that's defected from Conservative now and joined Reform UK. Or is it? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's the one that Farage sat down with after. No, it's the one that came here the other day. To number 10, and then Farage sat down with him. Had a deep and meaningful conversation with him.
That's a good boy.
Yeah. Where's the?
Which party in the UK is pretending to be the good one right now?
Neither of them.
Neither of them. Now, Nigel.
Another Max.
Nigel Farage has been UKIP. He introduced UKIP Friends of Israel in 2010. Israeli embassy official Michael Brodsky. He was speaking at the launch of UKIP Friends of Israel, rather. On September the 5th, the Jewish Chronicle quoted Richard Tice telling British Jews to vote Reform because they stand with Israel. Rock solidly, he also pledged to visit later this month. So, yeah, Richard Tice is visiting Israel later this month.
Did you say the rifle was a 30-06?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just got something in my feed showing a 30-06 at 3,023 yards.
Yeah. In your feed? I mean, there's, what's he called there, look?
What caliber was the phone gun?
Well, they're in 2.2 or 9mm.
It's more of a crack, isn't it, than a boom?
Yeah. Lee Anderson, that was on his visit to Israel. Reform's recent conference in Birmingham, the Israeli State Deputy Ambassador Daniela Grudsky. We have friends here. Staff confirmed the Reform Friends of Israel group is being set up, aiming for a trip by the end of the year. So, you know, they're all at it. They all want the shackle, don't they? There it is, yeah. Isaac Herzog. Frost sat down with Isaac Herzog. War criminal. Allegedly. I think the ICJ called him a war criminal, didn't they? Oh, I got a brilliant video of Tommy Robinson. Not this one, but an even better one. It's by Callum. There used to be, I don't know whether he's still there, the Lotus Eaters. And Callum's a friend of Reverend Simon Sideways. Well, they all were. But obviously this is low-key.
Who is Tommy Robinson and who helped him get to where he is today? When we look into the background of the organization he founded, the English Defence League, we could take the view that it was intended to be an offshoot of the terrorist Zionist organization, the JDL, the Jewish Defence League. In fact, his co-founder at the English Defence League was an individual who called himself Paul Ray. Paul Ray, prior to founding the English Defence League, infiltrated the International Solidarity Movement, a pro-Palestinian organization which Rachel Corrie had been a member of. Paul Ray infiltrated and spied on this pro-Palestinian organization and then submitted the information to several different intelligence agencies. Following his work for Israel, Paul Ray founded the English Defence League with Tommy Robinson. When it came time for the English Defence League to be registered on Companies House, that was carried out by a former Israeli soldier, Roberta Moore. Moore led what they called the EDL's Jewish unit, which regularly partnered with the Zionist Federation to hold demonstrations outside the Israeli embassy. Roberta Moore is pictured here with the vice chair of the Zionist Federation at the time, Jonathan Hoffman.
Jonathan Hoffman is a former vice chair of the Zionist Federation. Members of the racist English Defence League, or EDL, attended a demonstration that Hoffman helped organize. He is photographed alongside Roberta Moore, the founder of the EDL's Jewish division. She will later express her admiration for Anders Breivik, the neo-Nazi who murdered 77 people in Norway.
When Roberta Moore was asked if the EDL was exploiting the Zionist movement, she replied, "If anything, we are exploiting them."
I received these packages today.
He's admired somewhat as one of the brains of the EDL. He's just got a delivery of quotes from the Quran from his researcher in Israel.
Roberta Moore is pictured here alongside the head of the Canadian branch of the Zionist terror organization, the JDL, and the genocidal
I was worried we were being left out.
Moshe Feiglin, who has called for the complete annihilation of all human life in Gaza. On the 28th of February 2013, the English Defence League, as registered on Companies House, was changed. The name of the organization became the Jewish Defence League, JDL UK. It's important to remember that the JDL is designated as a terrorist organization by the US government. It was founded by Meir Kahan, the well-known Israeli fascist who advocated for the complete ethnic cleansing of Palestine.
If I were the Minister of Defense, there wouldn't be one Arab left here. I want the out alive, and if not alive, dead.
But the connections of Tommy Robinson and the English Defence League to the JDL do not end there. One of the earliest supporters of the EDL and a regular speaker at their rallies outside of the Israeli embassy was none other than Rabbi Nachum Shifrin.
How would you feel if one day your children or your grandchildren are saying 5 times a day, Allah Akbar? Well, this is what is coming down on you here and now. It will be recalled on this day that it was the EDL that started the liberation of England.
Nachum Shifrin was the driver for the founder of the JDL, Meir Kahan. The only other time the English Defence League was registered on Companies House was by Tommy Robinson's personal assistant, Helen Gower. When she registered the organization, the name was the English and Jewish Defence League. So the question has to be asked here, was Tommy Robinson's English Defence League founded to be an offshoot of the Zionist terrorist organization, the JDL? And if so, why hasn't that been mentioned or written about extensively in the British media? Tommy Robinson then went on to be a Shillman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Now, the David Horowitz Freedom Center shares funders with the Friends of the IDF and illegal settlements in the West Bank. But that position was directly funded by tech billionaire Robert Shillman, Who is Robert Shillman? Well, he was a board member on the Friends of the IDF at the very same time that he was funding Tommy Robinson to the tune of £8,000 a month, according to his other former assistant, Lucy Brown. Here we see Robert Shillman speaking at the Zionist Organization of America and describing his pen and his checkbook as weapons.
With this pen and my checkbook, I provide ammunition. I wield a pen to provide ammunition to those organizations like ZOA who are on the front lines in this battle.
Tommy Robinson has also received funding from the US neocon think tank, the Middle East Forum, which was quoted 13 times by Anders Breivik in his manifesto he released before killing over 70 people. The head of the Middle East Forum is Greg Roman, who's a former employee of the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Israeli Ministry of Defense. Now, all of these connections would certainly cause you to question where Tommy Robinson's ultimate loyalties lie, especially when he has been pictured on the top of a tank in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights of Syria and stated so clearly that he would enter a war on behalf of Israel.
If there was a war tomorrow, which there will be, because I'll probably start at the end of the session, if there was a war and it kicked off, I would be there on the front line fighting for Israel.
Save our kids? What about the 20,000 kids killed by Israel in Gaza? When Israel killed 3 former British soldiers with an airstrike in Gaza, what was the response of Britain's patriot, Tommy Robinson? British people that do aid work in Gaza are cucks. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. How can Tommy Robinson define himself as a patriot, but speak with such callousness about the death of former British soldiers? I think Tommy Robinson owes an apology to the families of John Chapman, James Kirby, and James Henderson. Those who serve as an attachment to the war industry have sought to pin the blame for what is happening in this country on Russia. It's interesting because there is far more of a material connection between Tommy Robinson and a particular genocidal ally in the Middle East. As you've seen, unfortunately, the mainstream media across the last decades have been a complete deluge of dehumanization and demonization of the most vulnerable in society. Today, you have an alternative in Double Down News, which is publishing information which goes against the grain. Please support them in any way you can by joining their Patreon now.
Yeah, that's right, Blunt. What's Urban? Do we ever question the public figures taking much larger sums from Qatar? Where's that money funnel from? From what place to Qatar and then to Hamas? Answer that one, Urban. Where does Qatar get the money to funnel through to Hamas to pay for all the weapons that are supposedly being used? Oh, I didn't realise Duke would have dropped the message. Dropped the message in the private chat. Sorry, Dukes. I didn't see that.
Oh, I should be back later. Maybe. Yeah.
I'm looking for the guy. I was looking for the guy that was interviewed. Yeah, that was another thing that Cash Patel said. I will see you in Valhalla.
Yeah.
Why did he say Valhalla? I'm sure somebody in the chat will tell me about Valhalla.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Isn't that where the aeroplane went to? A private retreat, Goat Island, Valhalla. A couple of miles from Goat Island is a private retreat that sits on about 18 acres called Valhalla, ran by the Danish Society, whose membership is private. Rumours of elite gatherings have always persisted by the locals. Some Masonic lodges are named Valhalla. And this is supposed to be a photograph of the shooter, and there on his computer screen is the island. That's Goat Island, and that's Valhalla. This is where the island's supposed to be. Why would he have that on his computer screen?
That's interesting.
Mm. Yeah, that's a screensaver.
Maybe it was from a video game he's playing.
Mm.
Yeah, where is that? In his house?
Yeah, that's in his house.
The supposed shooter's house?
Yeah, so where does his roommate sleep?
Well, we've guessed that. We can guess that pretty easily. And he lives with his parents, or does he?
Yeah, well, they said he lives with the parents, don't they?
Yeah. And he's got a roommate. Okay. Basement apartment, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of vague.
Charlie was about to lose his last major donor because he refused to ban Tucker Carlson from events. There are a lot of people shedding crocodile tears. The billionaire must be exposed for the cretins that they are. Charlie Kirk was fighting very powerful billionaires that he took money from over things he was discussing. The pressure on him was immense over the last 2 weeks. The truth will be revealed, the messages will be leaked, and the movement.
And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more, draw a line in the sand. And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for...
So you can see, he was openly speaking out.
Yeah. Yeah, that can get you killed. Especially, did he take any donations from them?
Yeah, 40 million.
Right on. Good for him.
Yeah, 40 million.
I would have done the same thing. Take 40 million and then turn on them. Look, they gave me 40 million to shut up about them.
So this is Tyler Robinson. Now, Tyler Robinson was embarrassed by him, wasn't he? Because he got up and he did the back and forth with him at one of the other rallies. But this is Tyler Robinson. So this is media and stuff like that. Now, normally they take it all down, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Robinson is best known for his work in Pink, is in the movie, and Sid the Kid. Keep an eye out for this role as William Pender in the Blur. Tyler Robinson is a crisis actor, just another actor. So he's in a couple of movies. So, huh?
Just catching the wife up. Yeah, crisis actor. That's, you know, a lot of the protesters that get in trouble, they get found out to be crisis actors. There's a whole system of payment scale depending on what you're willing to do as a crisis or an activist. My wife was offered a job there, but I've heard a breakdown of it. Like, they get good money. If you're like an organizer, you'll get $1,500 a day. If you're an average person, you'll get $200 just standing there. But if you start agitating, your pay goes up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So this is a woman just driving along in her car and listening to the radio, and then this advert comes across on her, what's it called? Now, I've spoke about it before, right? It's called Hasbara. Go and look up Hasbara. We know that he's had meetings, he had meetings, the Hasbara meetings and lectures to, get on track and start bigging up Israel again instead of putting Israel down. And we know that loads of other influencers. I mean, there's influencers in the UK, lots of influencers in the UK. 3 of them, big ones, spring to mind. They all grown these mass followings and grown these mass channels and being paid to influence. It's called Hasbara. You can look it up. Netanyahu and his government put out millions and millions and millions of pounds to change the propaganda.
Yeah. Alex Jones is on it. It's not Israel kick. Everybody's claiming it's, that there's Israel ties. And nope, not happening.
Yeah, that's right. He was having a fag, wasn't he, Mark? He was having a fag lying on the ground, and then he lifted the sheet up, didn't he? But this is an advert that came across on the radio as she was driving.
Yeah. The bodies that got up after the truck drove by.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much fakery out there.
Yeah, and I mean, like at the start of it, I was looking into, and also even at the Palestine, I was looking into the sales of. You got the rubber human human. I spoke with Ron on this panel about it before. You had the fake human look-alike dolls.
Uh-huh.
What are they called?
Fleshy.
Yeah, but they look like real life people. Cadivers.
Okay.
You know, I mean, was Charlie Kirk a cadaver in that coffin? I mean, his hands are one weird color. You know, I mean, even after they've like taken all your blood out and then put that other stuff in, you know,
yeah, they usually pretty good, you know.
Yeah,
and they do your hands. They do your hands.
Yeah, the skin doesn't go that color. That was absolutely bizarre.
They almost look plastic, didn't they?
Yeah, they look rubber. They look like they were joined to like webbed fingers.
Yeah.
But listen to this. This come across on the radio.
Today, we are witnessing the rise of anti-Semitism around the world like never before. For many poor elderly Jews, their dream of making Aliyah one day and coming home to Israel is extremely difficult, if not impossible. But you can change all of that today for one precious Jew. Even in a time of war, the safety and shalom of moving to Israel under God's protection and his covenant promise to bring his chosen people home is why we're asking you today to partner with us. The cost to rescue one Jew and purchase a seat on an upcoming Fellowship Aliyah Freedom Flight is $710. With a donation to the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews of $35, you'll help one poor elderly Jew out of a life of hopelessness and anti-Semitism.
Hopelessness.
Start a brand new life in Israel.
Well, they need your money to help themselves.
No, we don't. They can get their own money. I work like everybody else.
Mrs. Marks doesn't agree with that. She loves that we get the commercial for Save the Russian Jews. We've got these, like, 100-year-old women that have, long since passed because the commercial was from when we were kids. And, they still haven't saved all the Russian Jews. It's like, holy jeez. It never ends.
I don't know who this bloke is. I saved this for some reason, but I can't remember why I saved it.
The death of Charlie Kirk represents a huge timeline shift. What does that mean? Look at the date. It happened on 9/10. What happened on 9/11? This is the satanic cult parasite class. They perpetrated a huge crime against humanity. They killed 4,000 people. They destroyed 3 buildings. They did this whole incredible trick on humanity to drive us into the fear space so they could justify locking down the world. But, you can't go on an airplane without going through 3 different gates. All this, and they observed everything. They started observing our phone calls, everything. We had no privacy. They basically locked us down. Then they were going to finish us off with the vaccine. It didn't go down that way, and this is what this represents. It represents a turning point, a new timeline, because now the parasites did the same thing. They killed this beautiful young man, and what's the reaction of the world? We're not being locked up into fear. It's just the opposite. This is a repair for 9/11. So now we're all marching into freedom. We all recognize the truth. We all see the enemy. The enemy is not Arab terrorists. It's Arab terrorists that were hired by these parasites to make us hate each other, to make us fight. The liberals that are coming to the surface, they will be cast aside like so much dust. This is a liberation event without precedence. So you should be celebrating. It's a terrible tragedy that Charlie's no longer with us, but we are now marching into freedom. 3 million people are marching on the streets of Britain. France is in flames. Nepal, they dragged the government officials out of the building and threw them in the river. The world has woken up. We are now free. So grab your freedom. Stop serving the matrix. Stop paying your taxes. Stop paying your credit cards and use your money to build a new world, a new life. This is it, guys. This is the big one. This is the complete liberation of mankind. Enjoy it.
I don't know where the message was.
It was positive.
Yeah. Lee Twamley, a ringleader of Britain First, was convicted of people smuggling. Check his name. It's a setup. Which bit is a setup, Antonia?
Well, if the timeline shifted, we need to get some manifestors out there. Get some people manifesting our next reality.
Hmm. Yeah. So that was the gun. That's supposed to be the video of him. What that is. Oh, probable cause statement. I thought that was a better picture than that. And the explanation on this is
Yes, yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof.
Oh yeah, you were talking about this.
Back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Yes, yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was
in those 33 hours, he decided to change back into the clothing to get arrested in the same clothing. How bizarre is that?
A bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what set of circumstances would lead him to do that? Right?
No. So that's the photograph from the video. That's a picture of him on his arrest. What happened to his face? Did he get beaten up or something?
Maybe he was dead right after.
Mm. Different lips, different ears. It's all reminiscence of that Trump shooter, isn't it? With the different ears and the ear piercings and what have you. I mean, even his forehead on that photograph there is just mental, isn't it?
Okay.
You know, his nose, his chin, everything. You know, in the top picture, he's got a bum chin, and on the other one, he's got a swollen chin. Did he get smacked in the face or something? Is his face all swollen up or something?
Yeah, his lips look puffed.
Yeah. And his lips are like a totally different color altogether, aren't they?
Yeah, they're blue.
Well, the ears are the same shape, and yet the forehead and the top part of his head is nowhere near the same shape as the one at the top, is it?
Neck looks shorter too, but it could be the angle.
Yeah. Well, one he's walking up the steps, and one is being taken face on, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what's going on with that picture, man?
Looks like a lower quality too. So that could be something, but I don't know.
But you see the quality of that picture there?
Yeah.
That's campus CCTV. So why is the quality so bad when he jumps off the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, why is the images so bad when he jumps off the roof? I've got that video somewhere here where they said that the gun's supposed to be down his leg of his trouser. But he's running with... Yeah, so, I mean, look at that nose there. It's a completely different person. Look at the ear. That ear there is totally different.
A little bit of an angle there, and his hat's pushing it out a bit. I could, yeah.
But see that chin there?
For me, I could
See
pass.
the chin there, and that chin there is like chiseled chin, isn't it?
Well, he's kind
You
of
know what
got that. Move us to the side for a minute. Oh, I could pass that. The only thing is really weird. Well,
look at his earlobe, though. Look at his earlobe, though.
Yeah. Say iffy. I don't know. I could still see it passing. There's not that many images released of him during the shooting, eh? So it's going to be hard to compare.
Yeah, 33-hour Manhunt morning show reveal how police caught Charlie Kirk suspect.
But he did look much younger face on, that's for sure. I thought.
Charles Kirk equals Church of the Freeman, Church of the Freemason. I don't know what all this means. Masonic Lodge. Charlie Kirk's middle name was James. James Jacob Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit, Roots. I do. But I look very different from one photograph to another, and so do a lot of people. You know?
Yeah. Oh, I've shown the Chat GPT logo before, haven't I?
Give us your data.
Mm.
There's your star.
Yeah.
The star. You put it in everything. That one's even got a triangle in it, so.
Yeah.
Star and a triangle.
So, I mean, if you're in a state of mourning, the last thing you want to do, I don't get it. I don't know whether this is genuine footage or whether somebody's made it. You know, I don't know. But she has come out publicly speaking, blah, 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 blah. She said the ring isn't a G, it's for their daughter, Jika or something. It isn't Freemasonry, it isn't for God. It was actually for somebody called Jika or something like that.
It was for one of your kids, you'd get a birthstone.
Yeah. Well, she's got diamond encrusted G.
No, no.
I love you. I love you.
And she filmed this.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, that's his wife filming. That's Charlie Kirk's wife filming her last goodbye to him.
Mm.
That's kind of, I don't know. I would discourage anybody from doing that myself.
Yeah, Cash did stumble. He said 36 and he changed it to 33 and deliberately made a 33. It was bizarre.
I love you. I love you. God bless you.
I mean,
he's got some good acting classes. Maybe.
Why? But why?
She's good at filming.
Why would you get your mate to, or somebody to actually film?
I
mean, that's a private thing, isn't it?
You wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. And if you did, then you would keep it for yourself if you did something like that, even if you wanted to, which I don't think.
I mean, are they trying to say? Are they trying
I've
to
never
say?
seen it done before. Have you?
No. I mean, are they trying to tell us? Well, this is his body in a coffin, so he's definitely deceased. I don't get the meaning of it, you know. Or are they showing us the ring? I just don't get the meaning of it.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, like in all her normal videos, her hair was always tied up. Now her hair is always down, which is like really weird. It is a message for sure, isn't it? Yeah, it is a message, November. But then
crusted G, yeah, that's Masons. Yeah.
It's strange. Really strange.
Take a zoom. Leave it up for a second. Oh, I want to see her hand, her wrist. Yeah. What is that? Those aren't hearts, but okay.
She's wearing the identical bracelet to me as well.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah. It matches the sides of the rings on the clasp. Yeah. Okie doke. Nice set.
We're supposed to have 63,000 people tomorrow can go to Charlie's funeral service.
Oh, okay. 63.
Trump's 63,000 people. Seating is available in this huge place.
Okay, 63,000. That's another numerological thing for people.
Yeah, and Trump's going. And I don't know who else, but many, 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 many people in the States are going to this tomorrow. I think it's in California, but I could be wrong. I just don't understand.
There you go, Michael.
Yeah.
That's my bracelet, isn't it?
It's like a Fabergé commercial, you know?
That's my bracelet, that is. The kid's got it for Father's Day.
Huh, nice.
I haven't seen his kids yet.
What are you showing us eBay for? You cheeky bugger. Yeah, on 2 seconds.
Have they had his kids out yet? For some, you know.
No.
How old are they? They're pretty young, aren't they? Under 12.
Yeah, that's mad.
Is that the end of the video? Play the rest of it. I want to see if there's any more to it. That's it.
No, that was it, yeah.
So here's what could be a mannequin or a sack of rice with a mannequin hand, and looked pretty fresh and pink. They did a good job. I was looking at that commercial for that cell phone gun, and it's a quick flip to put it out. Very easy.
Is it a cell phone or is it an Autobot? Autobots roll out.
What does it shoot?
What's November Man say? So I believe she is hexing or some shit or some shit. Yeah. Yeah, orange. Yeah, very orange, isn't it?
96. Says that gun can shoot a 38 millimeter. Yeah. Cool.
What's this video?
When will people wake up? They're making it so outrageously obvious now. Charlie Kirk shooting, it's staged. Now we've got the killer of Charlie Kirk, who was arrested. Tyler is 22 years old. He orchestrated this whole thing. He took that shot from 200 yards away.
Oh, Trump and the FBI. Smiley, see if you can play the first 2.5 minutes of Sam Hyde's latest video. All right, I'll have a look at that in a minute.
Professional. He's only 22. Well, his trans boyfriend has now come forward to say that she released all the texts to the police. Come on, people. They can't make it any more obvious. It's getting stupid. Erica Kirk did the first talk in front of everyone. Her husband had just been assassinated. That whole thing was a massive act. There was no emotion in that. It was put on. It was fake. If you cannot feel that one, try to now put yourself in her shoes.
To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die.
Well, having Ben Shapiro take over? When, Ben Shapiro is not openly against Israel, is he?
It was all about the message.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country.
And she kept referring to, they killed him, they killed him.
They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love.
Let's unleash lavender on the people so that this never happens again.
Yeah.
Then the number 33, Kash Patel, comes out, the FBI director.
In 33 hours, in 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie.
Then you had the caps at the Charlie Kirk shooting, 4-7. There was 3 of them. 11 times 3 is 33. Charlie Kirk's name, C, is 3. K is 11. 3 times 11 is 33. They're making it so obvious. And then Erica Kirk did a little clip together on her Instagram.
I love you. I love you.
How dare you say
Yeah,
that?
she got somebody to film it for her too.
Yeah.
Look at the hands that she's kissing.
They do look rather plasticky.
That's all made up. People, they're making it so obvious until we get it. Then they're going to start showing us the real information, the real truth, the real corruption, the real lies, the dark stuff that no one wants to deal with, but yet we stay in the movie. This is the movie. We are waking up to real truth. And people are going to find that hard because truth hurts. But if people understand we are in full control, something like this has had to happen because you see the reactions of the entire world first. You see how outrageous people are. You see the limited beliefs that people have. You see the evil that stems from within people. And this is everyday people in society. This is in our world. This is what needs to change. But there's been evil all around the world where the US military and Donald Trump, for about at least 9 years, but it goes back a lot further, have been working, taking them out, removing the cartels, taking out the terrorists, bringing world peace. And we're still stuck in this movie.
World peace. Where's the world peace? Yeah, Mickey. It's that a wind-up, Spider. It's what? It's what a wind-up. Where's the... Oh, here it is. This is the guy, I think. Does it go straight in? Oh, yeah, he's showing the hands, but you can't see nothing in his hands.
Service. Hang on.
In probably the third. Okay. I was standing from probably the third row in the bottom. I saw hit. I heard the shot ring out. I looked to my left, and then I looked over to my right. I saw him slump over in his chair forward. He slumped over. He had blood coming from the left side of his neck down his shirt, and he slumped over and he was carried off. Get off me! Get off me!
Running high right now.
In probably the third. Okay. I was standing from probably the third row in the bottom. I saw hit. I heard the shot ring out. I looked to my left, and then I looked over to my right. I saw him slump over in his chair forward. He slumped over. He had blood coming from the left side of his neck down his shirt, and he slumped over and he was carried off. Get off me!
So why did they rush in to shut him down? Don't know, Mickey.
Shutting down cameras all over, eh?
Mm.
Hmm. I don't know. It's pretty easy to hide somebody. Spies just change like one thing and people don't know it's the same person. You change a hat, change glasses, and people just don't notice. That's your bumper.
Yeah. And there's your bumper sticker.
You want to share some of that funding? Some of that good money? I got a video on that gun going. On the phone gun.
Yeah.
That thing's cool. You can flip that thing up. Doesn't look that hard to flip back down either.
Or is it an Autobot? Autobots roll out.
So that looks like a 38.
Yeah, 38 or 9mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, mad. That was when the ADL didn't want him there, wasn't it?
What's that?
He turned up at this and the ADL didn't want him there. Where's my bloody mouse gone? Come on, screen, wakey wakey. So there's a security camera there, like a camera there. That's a decent Sony camera, apparently.
Here, I just heard them say the active shooter, Charlie Kirk, has been shot. Charlie Kirk got hit, is what the security detail just said.
So where are they taking that camera?
And who is it that's taking the camera?
Yeah.
Not the police, right?
There's no uniforms there, is there?
So they're messing with an ongoing crime scene.
They tidying everything up before law enforcement arrives.
Yeah. That's common procedure, right? If you're trained, if you're a trained guard, you know that you clean up all the blood and everything before the police get there. Right? Tidy up, get some tea ready. Yeah, each day this whole story gets weirder and weirder.
Yeah. Oh, bloody thing. Get back up the top.
Oh, there's a fond memory. Remember when they rolled out Epstein's body and showed us it coming out on the gurney so we could all make sure it was him? Was this kind of like that?
Oh, yeah.
You know, look, here's the body. Look. See? Aren't you convinced now? Apparently, my wife said the funeral's on the 21st at State Farm Stadium,
right,
in Arizona.
And this is your freedom rally in Canada. This is. I'll turn the music. Oh, I don't know what music they're playing. I'll play it.
Yeah, I think that one was out west. We had Palestinian flags and Antifa out east here, or in central Canada. Yeah.
Good old Asla Levant, eh?
Oh, look, the red and blue look good together, don't they?
Didn't they just?
Could you imagine going to Israel and waving around a Canadian flag?
No. You get spat on, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Not kicked or beat. Yeah.
I mean, it's that Asla Levant's ex-wife's organization now, is that? No?
Yeah. What you're saying, she helps import people?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what we need, more people. Hey, there's a good business model to get into. You can import Jewish people, and then for the low price of $700, you can send them home.
So this is London.
And this is all about Charlie Kirk, right?
Hey?
This is all about Charlie Kirk, right?
Well, no, this is Unite the Kingdom, isn't it? This is Unite the Kingdom.
That's what they were saying. It's about Charlie Kirk. Well, you guys are upset about Charlie Kirk, too.
The British Patriotic.
There you go. Now you're representing.
You're a Union Jack there.
Yeah.
You're a Union Jack there with the. There. Oh, it's just off screen now.
Yeah.
There, look.
That's clever.
So they've changed the Union Jack to have a
one side
round thumb on it.
Yeah.
How mad is that? British patriotism.
Oh, man. So was that at the front of the parade, was it?
Eh?
Was that at the front of the parade?
What's this one?
Hello. Hello, everyone. Oh, congratulations.
Athena Crypto. Wow, there's only one person on Athena Crypto that isn't a Zionist or Jewish. There's 3 of them that run it, and there's only one that isn't Jewish. And that's because Tommy's been debanked, so he uses Athena Crypto. Then you got Advanced UK, Ben Habib, Pakistani. I thought that Tommy Robinson didn't like the Pakistanis. I don't know. Yeah, I have Horace, yeah. I was waiting for somebody to pick up, and then it says, what would Orwell think?
putting together an amazing event and really rallying the people of Britain.
Elon, none of this could have happened without you giving the British public access to the truth.
What
and
would
giving us
Orwell
reason
think?
to be fighting for our freedom. So on behalf of Great Britain and the British public.
I think that's more of a protest shirt.
You're most welcome.
What would says on it? What would Orwell think?
You notice this T-shirt that I'm wearing is by British author George Orwell. What would Orwell think? I think that's generally a good way to look at these things. He would want freedom of speech. He would want the people to know what's real. He'd want the people to fight against government oppression and fight for the truth and fight for the future of Britain.
Elon, we are incredibly grateful for your time. We know what a busy man you are. Why is it important for you to be here today speaking at this Unite the Kingdom event?
Well, I'm of primarily British heritage, British ancestry. I want Britain to be greater than it ever has been. I want Britain to remain Britain. I think there's something beautiful about being British. And what I see happening is...
But Tommy isn't British. Tommy's all for Israel.
Destruction of Britain. Initially a slow erosion, but a rapidly increasing erosion of Britain with massive uncontrolled migration, a failure by the government to protect innocent people, including children who are getting gang raped. It's unreal. The government has failed in its duty to protect its citizens, which is a fundamental duty of government. This has got to stop. There needs to be massive government reform in Britain. And the people need to be in charge, not some bureaucracy that doesn't care.
Elon, I believe that's what we've started today. Finish your power, nation! Rip it up, boys! That's how it should be! I want to...
There's a big Maori community in Britain, is there?
Yeah. Power, nation! Rip it up, boys! That's how it should be! Now, I want to... Finish your power, nation! Rip it up, boys!
And blackface. Why have they blackfaced? I mean, when
I don't know, is that Trudeau?
Yeah, when Trudeau did it, whoa. I don't know. Because I've never seen the hacker. I've never seen them do blackface. I mean, the true that do the hacker have actually got facial tattoos, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've got the tribal tattoos on their face.
Well, more stripes and shapes than just completely covered. Maybe that's somebody who just wanted to join in that didn't want to be known.
Well, he did want 26 grand for them to come over and make the stage bigger. So is it the ones that he wanted to come over, or is it not the ones that came over? Is it somebody else that filled in for them? Most of the Maoris are Christian, and there was a very Christian element to the event. Was there? Can you tell me where, Urban? Oh man, where's that video that I watched earlier on? I mean, people aren't going to like it. History. That's trending. This is
a Muslim faith that is an Islam extremist religion.
That's why I highly recommend that not only do you watch it, but you share it with your friends and family so you are aware of what is going on in your country.
Whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die.
Assalamu alaikum, guys, and welcome to another episode of Smile to Jannah, your support on. So, ladies and gentlemen, in March, as well as a lot of people are claiming that, yeah,
great, everybody's here standing up for the United Kingdom, everybody's united together.
As you can tell from the reporting of GB News, a lot of these people were regular British people with legitimate concerns. So to label all of them as far right, I not only think it's inaccurate, but I think it's a bit naive. No problem. We'll grant you the fact that there were hundreds and thousands, like GB News says. What makes this even more concerning is that regular people claim to have gone there as a means of...
Yes, many people pointed to their patriotism as their reason for being there, and a sense that free speech is under attack.
And their excuses, the Labour Party doesn't represent their views, the Conservative Party does not represent their views.
But they don't represent our views. And I definitely think it was more than hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, but this guy's here to tell you that they do. And you agree with that, you know. You just keep saying it over and over again. And,
you don't take this donut as a reliable source of information, do you, Smiler? I don't know who this is. I just saw the video earlier.
The new reform, Nigel Farage's party, for some people it does, for some people it doesn't. Therefore, there is a new party called Advance UK, led by Ben Habib, of which Tommy Robinson is also a member, even though technically speaking, they are currently unregistered.
The next gentleman who's coming up now, in the not so distant future, I do believe we'll be standing in there. Next up, play the video.
There can be no greater happiness to secure their own futures and secure the futures of their loved ones.
Average people think, you know what, they want to pop their flags, no problem. They just wanted to go there, do their thing, you know what I mean? But it's this that I think it's even more concerning.
Ban halal, ban burqas, ban mosques, ban temples. Here's the Islamic terrorist flag. In the name of Jesus, I bind you up, you terrorist organization. 50,000 British Muslims downloaded a terrorist manual in our country.
We are both subject to the same process of the great replacement of our European peoples by peoples coming from the South and of Muslim culture.
And Islam is the most dangerous thing for our society ever.
and that is a Muslim faith that is an Islam extremist religion.
Islam is our real enemy. We have to get rid of Islam. Islam doesn't belong to Europe.
These top tier, and I'm talking about the top tier political positions, they shouldn't have any Muslim mayors. They shouldn't have any, you know.
So you either fight for this nation or you let all of these rapist Muslims and corrupt politicians take over.
Now, why didn't anybody talk about the two Englishmen that raped the Sikh girl just last Tuesday? Why didn't they talk about that? When you take in the Shahada, Smiler, I ain't taking the Shahada, Urban. Yeah, I mean, Tommy's just pushing another political party to split the vote, isn't he? That haven't even registered, because Ben Habib has said until he gets X amount, he ain't going to register as a party. So you've got all these people paying money to join as a member. What is it, £25 membership fee, is it? And they're talking about Pakistani Muslims. Well, that's what Ben Habib is, isn't it? Just watching some of that, it was just a spoiling the flag. Just watching some of that, it was just a free for all. His father is from Pakistan, yeah, Muslim, yeah. Yeah, you can call out you can call out Islamic extremists, but what's Keir Starmer done? What's Conservative Party? Conservative Party backed it. All the new Islamophobia laws, you know, as well as all the anti-Semitism laws that, you know, were brought back in. Very Zionist. I don't call it Christian whatsoever. No, where Urban's gone now. Saint Cosmos Aetolus. You swing my messages. I swing your messages. I don't know what that means. Present. Ideal conceal cell phone. Oh, yeah. I shared that, didn't I? Share screen. Window. Share. Oh, come on, mouse. Don't die on me now. That's why my mouse keeps moving or disappearing. It's dead. So Urban, you say it was very Christian. Yeah. You had the Israeli flag, and then beneath it you had Jesus as king. All right. So this is Saint Cosmos. The Jew tells me that Christ is a bastard, and that my Holy Virgin is a whore. They also say that Christ is burning in human excrement, don't they? Or excrement. Am I now to have eyes to look upon the Jew? So how can you wave an Israeli flag when we know what they think of Jesus? And how can you have Jesus as king? They were trying to push a pro-Christian rhetoric. What bit of it was Christian then? Come up and explain it to me. Did anybody say anything Christian about it? What happened to all the Christian churches in Palestine? Oh, the IDF blew them up. What happened to the ones in Syria? Oh, they got blown up. What happened to all the Christians? Oh, they got blown up. WhatsApp's going mad. Why is WhatsApp going mad?
Yeah, funny how that keeps happening.
Eh?
Funny how that keeps happening. Synagogues get, vandalized, but churches get burned. They never seem to burn down.
Yeah. I got that video. Yeah, we control the left, we control the right, says Bibi Netanyahu. So
we're gathered here, Jews representing Jews from around the world, from occupied Palestine, from Jerusalem, Al-Quds, and here from New York. In fact, the largest Jewish concentration of Jewish religious community is right across here in Williamsburg, and there's not one Israeli flag. Why? Because we are Jewish, we oppose the existence of the occupation of the state of Israel. We are religion, Judaism is religion, and not nationalism. The concept of transforming our religion into an occupation of another people, of a nationalism, runs contrary entirely to our religion, and it is forbidden to our religion to steal, to kill, and ironically, even to have a Jewish state since the destruction of King Solomon's temple. We wait for the day when the Almighty will reveal His glory, all humanity will serve in harmony. Our hearts cry for the suffering of the Palestinian people. They are the legitimate victims and not the oppressors. They are being vilified by the occupiers, by the people who are called Zionists. And the Zionists have hijacked the name Judaism. It's truly not representative of our religion and of the vast majority of Jews who are true to the Torah from Jerusalem to here in New York. We oppose this entirely. We are unfortunately misrepresented. We cry with the Palestinians. We pray to God to be freedom, to be total release freedom of Palestine, that we could once again show our acknowledge our gratitude to the Palestinian and the Muslim and the Arab people who have provided for the Jews a safe haven for hundreds of years.
That's it, Robert. That's it. Thank you so much. I got it. Thank you.
And who was it who rescued them? It was the Muslims that rescued the Jews from Spain, wasn't it?
When they do that?
So it was the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid. He sent ships to welcome and transport Jews who were being expelled from Spain by the Catholic monarchs. It was in 1492. This act was a rescue effort by a Muslim ruler to provide refuge for the Jewish communities fleeing persecution in Spain, with many settling in the Ottoman Empire.
I wonder if any went to the United States,
Mm.
the Americas.
Mm. It was called the Alhambra Decree, March 1492. Catholic monarchs Isabella I and Ferdinand II issued the Alhambra Decree, ordering the expulsion of all Jews.
I thought about that when we were told about the explorers.
No. I need a pee. Chat amongst yourselves.
Well, I missed the last 5 minutes. Yeah, what are those hats made of anyway? Yeah.
Could be anything from felt to belly button lint. Who knows?
Yeah. Bit weird though, isn't they?
The giant wheels of cheese or the
Yeah, like it's almost like you say, it's almost like you put a wheel on the red, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like some type of fur.
Yeah.
Maybe bear. Like the Queen's Guard hat.
Yeah.
Because they are pretty fuzzy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hang on 2 seconds. You carry on. Oh God. Fucking gallery. Screenshots.
Lucky rabbit and foreskins.
Oh, they're actually made from the tails of various animals, mostly commonly sable, beech marten, and European pine marten and grey fox.
All right. And what are they?
Beaver and mink. Wow.
Is it just over cardboard or something? You know?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose they got me over something to shape them, surely, didn't they?
That's a big shape to make.
Yeah.
You know, there'll be a whole infrastructure in there to hold it all together.
Yeah. Canadian, Russian sable mainly. Some cheaper versions are made of synthetic stuff, but it's mostly beaver, mink, fox, marten, and sable. Ugh.
Yeah, Mickey's got a good point. If you fall over, or if somebody tries to hit you in the head with a stick, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got some good. Maybe that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
They took the idea of the turban and said, "Hey, we can do better."
I don't know, Blunt. I mean, I shouldn't think they're that expensive. I mean, would you pay a lot of money to walk around wearing that?
I suppose you might, really. Looks like a big investment, you know.
Well, they actually called. I don't know.
What's that?
What are the
big hats? I don't know what they're called.
Yeah.
What are they called? Do you know, Mike?
I don't know.
Stremel or something. I think I saw it just now.
I'm just going to type in big fuzzy Jewish hats.
Yeah, it's Stremel. I think that's how you pronounce it. SHTREIMEL.
Stremel for sale in Canada. Okay. How a Stremel is made. Looks pretty empty inside. There's not much in there. So it's like a cowboy hat with a cap on top. So the construction involves arranging fur tails in a circular pattern around a sturdy base, often made from velvet. So you just kind of stack tails on top of each other. Artisans meticulously sew or attach the fur tails to create a wide round brim. The center of the Stremel is usually flat or slightly domed or covered with fabric for comfort and structure. The hat is designed to fit securely over a kipaf, also known as a yarmulke. Skilled artisans often handcraft Stremel, with the process taking several days or weeks, depending on design and complexity. Okay, so it's just a bunch of tails. Cool.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder how much it costs, because they'll wear them.
Yeah. That'd take a lot of tails.
Mm.
If the whole thing's pretty much made of tails.
So this is a young lad. His channel's called The Saviour. And he walked round talking to people. He's got a massive amount of following on Twitter. And he's getting there on YouTube as well. So this was on the march.
What's the reason you're here today?
Well, of course, the same reason that everyone's here today, to show support for Britain.
Why have you got Israel flag then?
Because for almost 2 years, these rallies, demonstrations that flood the streets with all these masked people that are so violent and nasty, so against Israel.
Behind everything.
What do you think about the Israel flags being flown at a Britain protest?
It's like the Palestine flag these days, mate. We're here for this country, yeah? So that is behind everything. That's what people don't.
This guy has got it summed up so much, in it. We're here for this country.
Yeah.
Behind everything. Yeah?
What do you think about the Israel flags being flown at a Britain protest?
It's like the Palestine flag these days, mate. We're here for this country, yeah? So that is behind everything. That's what people don't know. They're uneducated.
Yeah, they are, innit? Israel's funding all this shit.
They're uneducated, man. They're behind everything, man. They're behind. They're behind everything.
That's what it's for. Free speech.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In Great Britain, it's got nothing to do with us. That's as bad as flying a Palestine flag. Right, you tell them they can't fly other countries' flags in our country, but then you fly that. It's the same thing.
Makes no sense.
No, because they are behind everything. They run this country. right? But we see the people, all these people here now today who turned out for their own country. They haven't turned out for that flag. People don't understand. They're not educated on what that flag means and what it represents and where it comes from. And it was adopted. It was adopted by an agenda, and the agenda is pushed on all us now today. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are people who do bad things.
Of course. And the majority of them, yeah, have adopted that flag. I hate the Palestine flag, yeah. They hate Islam, yeah. I'm a Christian, right? But that is worse.
I think you should go to Israel and meet some Jews.
Get spit on.
I've just shown the Jews, haven't I? And what the Jews say. The Jews say that flag does not represent them, and Israel does not represent them. Yeah, free speech is sex speech against Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they were on the verge of practical civil war before October 7th, weren't they?
Oh, yeah, and their leader was just about to go to jail, wasn't they?
Yeah. Hey, all Trump's got to do now is declare war on somebody and he can stay president forever, like Zelensky. Doesn't respect. Is Tommy Robinson, did he grow up in the UK?
Well, it's half Irish, half UK, isn't it? He grew up in Luton.
Oh.
But I mean,
well,
there was a video done the other day. I think it was Channel 4 did it. But we know what videos are like, you know, unless it's like just a normal, just, you know, like me going to Luton and just walking around and filming. You know, we saw what happened with that film crew, wasn't it? That as soon as the police disappeared, she got beat up, didn't she?
Oh.
When she filmed somewhere, I can't remember where she was filming.
Oh.
But she got beat up as soon as the police left her. But Channel 4 did one, and they were going around interviewing people and just going around chatting. And yeah, there was on that, but you don't know how many police was with them. You don't know who was in the film crew. You don't know nothing. You just had an interviewer and then a camera, so you didn't know what happened. But it's like the other video I showed. Yeah, you had a woman going around and she was talking, but the police were with her. Then the police left and she got beat up. Yeah, I showed it last year.
Yeah, my wife thought going to Israel would be a good idea. Go walk the same steps as Jesus did. Pretty close to it, I guess. People spitting on you while you go along.
This is Rabbi Pesach Waliki, and he gave Charlie Kirk Hasbara coaching just hours before his death. Man, this is a video of a guy so he gave him coaching before he went on stage.
And Charlie had criticisms for the state of Israel. He was very supportive and really loved the state of Israel and the Jewish people, but he also had his criticisms. And it really hurt him when the Jewish community came down on him for platforming certain speakers at his last conference who were anti-Israel and even slid into anti-Semitism.
Last chance, Charlie.
Not happy that Charlie had given the stage to people like Tucker Carlson, who were...
He gave him the option. He chose not to.
I understood where Charlie was coming from. Charlie was a big believer in the open marketplace of ideas and allowing all opinions to be heard, letting the best opinions win. That's why he built his career on those famous debates, going to college campuses to engage in honest dialogue, letting every opinion have its moment and letting people decide what is true. And therefore, he really believed, to a fault, I believe, in allowing every single voice to be heard. Now, again, was I happy that he was platforming people who were spewing anti-Israel and anti-Semitic messages? Of course not. But when so many people in the Jewish community and the pro-Israel community were criticizing Charlie so harshly.
Israelis are not Semitic. Oh, you're ages behind Bird Nest.
Palestinians might be.
So Saturday morning while the rally was going off, this is the boat people at our hotel. They got all the bunting out and they got barbecue.
Look what they do for illegal immigrants, refugees, all the boats people. Got music, barbecue, everything.
So that was Saturday morning. They're having a barbecue, they are.
Feeding the animals to keep them at home or what?
Nah.
No, stay home today. Don't go out raping. We got to have a nice, clean protest for Israel. I mean the UK.
Oh, the director of minister, May Golan. Have you heard about her?
No.
she had a complete lab. Director of ministry in Israel, working in the Likud party.
Did you say a lab?
Yeah.
Making what?
That's all their plants.
Oh, okay. So legal.
Yeah, she got arrested for it, and
I kind of like her for that. See, but if she's doing that, she should be advocating for everybody else to be able to do that.
Hey, look at it. Look at these clickbaiters. Right, so they obviously went and wound these lot up, right? By the grin on her face you see in a minute.
This is what's happening. They're chasing us. They're chasing us. They're actually chasing us.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? I was born in this country. I was born in this country.
Then fucking love your country then. Smack her. What's wrong with you? Why are you coming against us?
This is what's happening. They're chasing
Why is she laughing?
They're chasing us.
Who is that?
They're actually chasing us.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
That's somebody we should know or just some random?
I was born in this country.
Then fucking love your country then. Smack her.
Smack her.
So they've taken the flag away from her, right?
Mm.
They're mad at her for carrying the flag?
Yeah, I ain't got a clue. But they're all chasing her, and she's running along grinning. What's going on? But he wanted her beaten up. I have no clue what was going on. Yeah.
Yeah, a place like Canada, they're talking about ethnicity of you guys have can have that in Canada. We've had multiculturalism basically since the beginning. French, English, Spanish. I mean, everybody's come here. Big melting pot.
So this is a Holocaust researcher, and she researched all the SS and stuff like that.
Holocaust researcher, when you study Auschwitz and you study the SS and the German Nazis, what they did to Jewish people, and you study it, and then you see, we have on our screens, this is what they do to Palestinians to torture them. There are 10,000 people since 2023 as hostages. They haven't done anything. They haven't done anything. They're just in detention and they're being tortured. I can go on and on and on and on. So for me to see these people standing there, laughing, proud, when I have all of this, here are the bombs, here's the American bomb. When they look in the face of a child that has no face anymore, no legs, no nothing, I see it every day. We all see it every day. We're outraged. We're human. This is not human. This is not human.
No, it's Zionism. That's what it is. Is that Tatiana? Yeah, she hadn't been seen for a long time, has she? First, she went back to Ukraine to fight for her country, Mickey.
I can lie down and watch.
Yeah, so you got the new Muslim secretary, Shabana Mahmood, talking about the 25 arrests. Did they talk about the 500 and something odd arrests? What's that other big festival called that has millions of people there every year? Goes on for a couple of days. Anybody in London? The big festival. That's it. Notting Hill. 528 arrests at Notting Hill. 46 weapon possessions. 18 sexual offences. And they call it a lovely day out. So, United Kingdom rally, 25 arrests, 0 weapons, 0 sexual offence, and they call that far-right racist jobs. I don't get it.
So,
Anybody explain it?
yeah, that's the prostitutes. Yeah.
No, you can't explain the unexplainable, can you?
No.
It's your average prostitute, right? They'll tell you whatever they want to for enough money.
I mean, is this a threat? Tell me this. You think about the pagers, and you think what he says here, right?
I just said this in another meeting, and they said, "Oh, Israel is isolated. Israel can't break out of the siege." And I said, "We will." Some of them have stopped weapon component shipments. Can we get out of this? Yes, we can. We're pretty good at producing weapons. Like intelligence, we share both with the United States. A good chunk of your intel. And our weapon systems, we share with the United States. We're tremendously appreciative of the bipartisan support in military matters to Israel in previous years and today as well. But do you have cell phones? You have cell phones here? No? You're holding a piece of Israel right there. You know that? I mean, a lot of the cell phones, the medicines, the foods, you eat cherry tomatoes. You know where that was made? I don't like cherry tomatoes, but it's an Israeli. What can I do? It's an Israeli product, as are so many other things. And I think this serves the betterment for the betterment of all mankind and womankind. I think that is Israel's unknown contribution. But we can make things, we can produce things. We cherish the fact that we have the constancy of American support despite the attempts to erode it. And we'll continue to work to make sure that that continues on both sides of the aisle. It's very important for us. But equally, we will eventually create the independence that we need so those in Western Europe who think they can deny us things will not succeed. We can break this siege, and we will. And the last thing.
All right, Steve. I'm going to take off. Smiler, thanks for having me up.
Yeah, cheers for coming up, Max.
See you later, Max.
Well, we know what happened. I've said it on here before, haven't I? You know, everybody that's got NVIDIA in their computer, everybody's got Intel in their computer.
Yeah,
it's all created in Israel. You know, has it got a switch on it? All your iPhones, all the components for your iPhones are all made in Israel. Early on Samsung, I can't remember what it was, the Samsung camera system that was developed and made in Israel, but that was in the 19s. But Samsung don't use Israel no more. Samsung's two Israel research and development centers develop products for telecommunications products and does semiconductor work as well, both centers. They work on the camera technology, and the other in Ramat Gan develops semiconductor tech. So that was on the Galaxy S3 and the new Samsung EX2F smart camera. I don't know what that is. Oh, so that's a camera. So Israel designed the Samsung EX2F camera. But all your iPhone stuff, all of that's made in Israel.
Is there anything they haven't got their fingers in?
Hmm? Yeah. Now you got to look up Operation Paperclip and realise where they got all the tech from. All the useful scientists, engineers and techs. Operation Paperclip, the Nazis. And since the rollout of the jibby jabby, all our birth rates have declined. But all the Jewish birth rates have increased. Yes, Mickey. Remember all the old wind-up clocks as well.
Mm. Oh yeah, Marv.
Hey up, Maverick. What's this? Dr. Naomi Wolf brings the Pfizer papers findings to European Parliament. This is European Parliament, this is.
Mm-hmm.
Who's done more damage, me or at Urban Roots and America? You cannot be anti-Semitic while they try to unalive you. You missed a lot, Maverick, if you haven't been here for a while. I don't know how long it takes for her to get up and do her speech. Hang on a minute. Let's find her speech. This is part of her speech.
Why I have concluded very reluctantly that we can't attribute these horrors to, corporate greed, people moving too fast. If someone tries to tell you that, they're lying, right? If it was corporate greed, then month 1 or month 2 of seeing these deaths and side effects, Pfizer would have pulled, and your authorities would have pulled, Britain's authorities would have pulled, Canada's, Australia's, this technology. But they didn't. And by the way, lipid nanoparticles have been known to damage human fertility since 2017, and they chose to use them anyway. No, you can't conclude that this is an accident. You have to conclude, since year after year after year unfolded, knowing this damage, that Pfizer knew, your elected officials knew, your public health authorities knew. This is my speculation. I await an investigation. Our public health authorities knew, our elected officials knew, the FDA knew. There was collusion at the highest levels to make this happen. I'd love for it to be an accident or corporate greed, but it isn't. It is a mass murder. And again, I say this deeply knowingly as a Jew, as the granddaughter of Rosa and Joseph Wolf and all of their lost brothers and sisters. This is the greatest crime against humanity in recorded history, just numerically, because billions of people have been injected with this.
See, they call each other out. They call themselves out, Urban. You've got the good ones and you've got the bad ones. And Zionists are the bad ones. What more can I say? You were taking the mickey out of their hats earlier, but what did they have to say about it? Yeah, but Urban, I can show you America shipping drugs to Ukraine. I can show you America shipping drugs to Israel. Two seconds. Ephedrine, US aid, shipped to Ukraine. Production of methamphetamine. Why? Yeah. and the CIA. Do you think America are right to stop the drug pandemic in the US by stopping the importation of fentanyl? Let's be sensible. Right. What is fentanyl? Fentanyl is a potent synthetic opioid drug approved by the Food and Drug Administration for use as analgesic pain relief. The anesthetic is approximately 100 times more potent than morphine and 50 times more potent than heroin as an analgesic. What is its origin? Fentanyl was first developed in 1959 and introduced in the 60s as an intravenous anesthetic. Legally manufactured and distributed in the United States. Illicit fentanyl pharmaceutical products are diverted via theft, fraudulent prescriptions, and illicit distribution by patients, physicians, and pharmacists. From 2011 through 2018, both fatal overdoses were associated with abuse and clandestinely produced fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, and law enforcement encounters increased markedly according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Fentanyl It bloody kicked me.
Did it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it kicked me. I was how much through of the fentanyl did I get through?
You more or less just started it.
No, right.
You sort of highlighted what the question was. The fentanyl going into the States.
No.
You'll always have drugs going into a country that's got large borders, won't you? Of course you will.
Yeah.
But no drug going into any country that's an illicit drug as such is good for any country, is it?
Yeah. Not only is it a crisis in the US, but it's also a crisis in Israel. The Taub Center presents some serious facts regarding pain relief, narcotic consumption, and its devastating effects. In 2020, Israel was ranked #1 in the world in opioid consumption. Taub Center researchers, Professor Nadav Davidovich and Dr. Yanai Kranzler, Oren Miron, consider the immediate actions it should take to reduce. We've had somebody backstage. That's my bloody things. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, Smiley, how you, Michael, doing today, mate?
Oh, I know who that is.
Can you whisper? Can you whisper instead?
Oh, Smiley, how you doing, my friend? You bastard.
I'm blocked in your mate's bloody chat.
Who's whoa, whose chat you blocked in?
Oh, I wanted to fucking debate you the other day.
Oh, was this on Chris's?
No, in what's he called?
Easy's.
Yeah.
What you been blocked in Easy's for?
I don't know.
You been blocked from StreamYard?
No, blocked in the chat.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not a mod, Smiley. I can't. What we want to debate is on. I'll debate you right now on it.
I can't even remember what the conversation was now.
Well, then you see, Michael, look above. You're here now as Smiler's handler, carer, and home help, right? Okay. He can't remember what he wanted to debate us on, but he wanted to debate us.
You was debating with, who was you debating with?
I don't know. You wanted to debate me.
Well, it didn't end up being a debate in the end. It ended up just being a conversation.
Yeah, last VK was a bit piss poor in my eyes because we were giving them too much blood for free, Smiler. Right, okay, but okay, you got any like at least a bit of knowledge of who I was debating, for what it was about? It was politics and something else. I know that. Right?
Yeah, it was politics.
Saturday night or Sunday night?
Friday night, Saturday
night.
It was Saturday
night. I'm sorry, Chris. He escaped out of his straitjacket.
It's normally Friday, but it was moved to Saturday. Right?
Yeah, it was Saturday night, and it was about 3:30 in the morning. I think it was.
Yeah, he escaped out of his straitjacket, Chris.
It was politics, right? And I was pissed as a fart because it gets late, Smiler, for us, mate, right? Okay, and I was like, but what was the debate about, or what? Because I'll debate you now, Smiler, on your own channel. You know I will, bruv. And we'll have Michael as a moderator. That even gives you a fucking upper hand.
Is the live still up or not?
The live will still be up, yeah.
Yeah, whose was it?
Speakeasies.
Speakeasy. I'll go have a look and I'll try and find out what the debate was about, shall I?
It was about politics.
Yeah, but he's going to actually find out the actual debate because politics is a wide like thing, Smiler, right? Politics, it could the specific debate that you wanted to debate is on. You can't even remember it, Smiler, right? Okay, I'm willing to debate you on anything to do with politics. Anything.
Is that the speakeasy?
It's speakeasy, and then like easy would be spelled EA capital ZY.
EA capital ZY.
Speakeasy.
It's
got about 7.9k subscribers.
Oh, okay. Speak EA ZY.
Let me find it.
Oh yeah.
Let me find it.
Well, it might be useful. Speakeasy.
Do I really need to do this for you?
7.98. Yeah, got a teddy bear as a logo.
That's him.
Right, live. Right.
From Saturday.
A day ago or 5 days ago is the lives that are up. And as today is Tuesday, Monday will be 4 days.
No, it was a day ago.
No, it was on Saturday.
No, it must have been yesterday.
Yeah, but it's American time, innit?
No, it was definitely Saturday still. Still not a day ago.
Well, you've either got one showing as a day ago or the next one is 5 days ago.
It says it's been moved to members only.
Well, because members only will still show in the list, but it'll have members only.
Well, look at VK. Look at Verbal Combats. That's what they are. Live streams, Verbal Combats.
Yeah, Verbal Combat a day ago.
Well, just do that one then. That can be that can only be it then.
Right. Let's see if I can find. See if I can find what was on there then, shall we?
No, why can't I even find it in the history?
Because you're thick as fuck.
Ah, shut up, you.
Oh,
how are you doing, Smile, anyway, kid?
Yeah, good, you?
I'm sound, mate. I'm sound. Just been having a bit of a good back and forth with Letts and Zara and all out there on Northern Kings and whatnot. You know what I mean? And hey, listen. I saw you and Michael, right? And look, very rarely I do this, right? But hats off to you for recognising something. You know, when we're on Northern Kings the last time, and you and Michael noticed, like, what? That's the one. Whoever's on that one. When you and Michael noticed that we were only trying to give Tracy sound advice, okay? That's what we're trying to do, you know. And I appreciate that because Smile, I watch your lives back, bruv. I did, and I watched it, and I heard you and Michael talking about it, and I was that little bit I don't know where it is.
Oh, she's a bit of a dingbat with the sound of it, isn't she?
Oh God, Michael, mate, even you said it. You went even Bricky gave us sound advice. Put the bottle down and turn the app off.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
yeah.
I thought that was good advice, mate, Michael.
Nobody there had a go at her at all. And then she went from there and basically went and accused everyone from on there really fucking going to town on her.
Yeah, and everyone knows that I could have went to town on her a lot, and even anyone else could have, right? But to be honest with you, her crocodile tears weren't washing.
I don't like getting involved in shit, Chris, but when something's blatantly out in the fucking open like that and you see it, well, it needs saying about, doesn't it?
Michael, I respected what you and Smile the way you went, because obviously, like, I mean, I watched you live back when you were ref, and I didn't even know what was. I just heard what you said. And I went, oh fuck.
Yeah.
And then I listened to it and I went, that's nice, you know, someone like, because it was nice to see people recognize that.
Yeah.
We weren't just being cunts, right? We were giving her sound advice, but you did see where she went after that, right? And how
yeah.
That was disgusting, that. And you had certain other people on there, and then they ended the live.
Yeah.
Ended the live to go backstage and then talk more, right? That says it all. But anyway, back more to this point, Smiler, then he wanted to debate me, right? Okay, so what was the debate about?
How far into this live do you reckon it was, Smiley, before you got...
No, I've got it on the screen.
Have you?
No, I'm trying to work out where it is.
Oh, all right.
Is this a bit like when you want to piss, Smiler, you have to work out where your dick is?
Yeah.
How are you then, Chris, right?
I'm sound, Michael, mate. I'm absolutely sound, mate. I am genuinely. I'm so glad that I've just come back to my own roots, where, you know, like lone wolf type thing, you know, ride alone, die alone, take on your chin, whatever you say. Aligning yourself with other people kind of gets you into a bit of a shit fest, you know, especially when you defend them, just like, you know. But to be honest with you, shit happens, doesn't it? You know, you live and learn.
Yeah, of course they do. But unfortunately, when the shit happens, you tend to get dragged into it, even though you got nothing to do with it.
Well, that's a fucking It's an occupational hazard, isn't it, for being a cunt on YouTube?
Wow, yeah, I suppose.
Smiler can you know, relate to that. You know, but look at me and Smiler. Look at me and Smiler. After all these fucking years, all this shit back and forth. He still loves us, and I
Yeah.
still think the world of him, right? Okay, but he's still a proper bastard, isn't he, Mike? You know, and even he won't deny that. You know.
Yeah, but it's reciprocated, isn't it?
Exactly, mate. and this is what I like. I'm just glad it's one of them ones. It is, but other than that, I do really want a debate, Smiler. I really do.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'm looking forward to this.
There's nothing like waking up in the middle of the night and fancying a good debate, is it?
I haven't been to sleep yet, mate.
And yeah,
it's totally.
I went on his live the other day. I was the only cunt that could fucking work out how to use his fucking.
You were, Smiler. You were. That's because, Michael. That's because my StreamYards hours have run out, right? And I refuse to pay for it, right? Okay, because I'm not a streamer.
and he was on that new thing, and he was the only one that could work it out or something.
Yeah, nobody else could work it out.
Thick as fuck, the honest, Smiler. Gormless backward bastards.
But admittedly, I could not work it out on a mobile phone.
Yeah, but Smiler, can you remember when you were trying to jump up on mine and Chris's live, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And that was the same platform.
Yeah.
Right?
It wouldn't allow. Yeah, I had to allow everything to be able to get up there.
Yeah, but I mean, it was.
Morning, Robert.
So where's this debate? What were you wanting to debate me on, Smiler?
I don't know what this one says. Trade schools should be prioritised over 4-year-old colleges. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think trade schools should be prioritised.
What's trade schools?
Well, like bricklaying, plastering, joinery.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely, yeah.
So we're on the same side.
Yeah.
Then how do we have a debate then about that?
No, we can't, can we?
But then the whole premise of what you just presented.
One of you will have to pretend that it's a bad thing and then have a debate then, won't you?
Well, I'll tell you what the bad thing is. I'll tell you what the bad thing is about it is the bad thing is having apprenticeships where they get paid fucking £2.80 an hour and they go on an apprenticeship. Yeah.
So that's not that little now, you daft cunt to get like fucking £5.90, nearly £7 an hour.
Yeah, I know they do, but they still don't get minimum wage. That was the only thing. That was the only thing that threw my mate off.
Mate, some of them aren't even out of fucking puberty yet, man. You daft cunt, you. But right, Smiler, is a 16 or 17-year-old, right? Okay, going onto the building site, right, and learning a trade, and expecting to get what is minimum wage? Can I ask you a question, Smiler, Michael? What is minimum wage now in Britain?
No, it's about £12.50, isn't it?
Right, £12.50 an hour. Right.
Yep.
So you're gonna pay a 16-year-old kid, right, that is just fresh out of school, £16 an hour, right, to be an apprentice, and you're going to expect them, right, to cover their wages. So 8 hours a day, £16 an hour, right? Let's just take this in mathematical terms, right? 10 hours a day will be 160 quid, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Then you've got to take off 32 quid, right? That would be like 128 quid a day. 128 quid a day you're paying to an apprentice who knows fuck all but to stand on their phone and check their Instagram, their WhatsApp, their Snapchat, Facebook, YouTube, shit like that, right? Right? What incentive? You're giving them everything for nothing. People.
Yeah, Robert, we used to get £56 a week. Remember, a 3-day week as an apprentice.
56 quid a week, Smiler, would have got you you would have been able to go out 5 days a week.
Oh, I'd go on holiday on that, Chris.
Exactly, Smiler, right? So now we're talking about terms that are relevant, right, Smiler? So if you're getting 250 quid a week, right, for like say £8 an hour, £7 an hour, or £6 an hour, right? You're getting 250 quid a week. Bear in mind, one of those days a week, you're not at work, you're at college, right? So your employer has to get 250 quid's worth of graft out of you, at least, for 4 days a week. But that is just to cover your wages. Never mind making a profit off you, which, bear in mind, capitalism, business, they work off profit. We're not in a socialist and a communist society over yet, right? But, you know, we may be. But in order for someone to have an incentive to employ you, they need to make money from you. So why would you give a kid, it's 16, 17 years old, when you're teaching them a trade, you're giving them a life skill. Why would you give them minimum wage? Why can't they just go and stack shelves in Tesco's? Eh?
Yeah.
The incentive is there for the long game. Go to college, learn a trade. After your trade ends, you won't be on minimum wage. You'll be on above minimum wage. It makes no sense. Now, the majority of the population, right, okay, and this is my perception, the majority of the population are not going to turn out to be lawyers and doctors and, you know, like surgeons and shit like that, right, okay? All selective group of people.
Yeah.
Am I right or wrong in saying that?
Yeah.
Now, you know, we have more people out there that like, because menial people are meant to do menial jobs. So some people will be a street cleaner, a janitor, and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Some people are just meant to do trades, right, Cake? And it just so happens that the majority of the population haven't got the IQ, the skill set, or the drive to do a job where you turn into a heart surgeon, a brain surgeon, a lawyer, or a doctor or whatnot, right? That's just fact. So the prompt was we should prioritize trade schools over 4 years at college. Now, that wasn't saying that we should cancel out the 4 years of college. It means that you should not be sending 90% of the population to college and saying you can be a doctor, because let's face it, only 10% of the population come out and be a doctor or a physician, right?
Yeah.
We have infrastructure that needs to be built and held up by tradesmen, which these doctors and physicians need to live under. Like, a doctor would not have a hospital at work in if a bricklayer didn't help build it, a joiner didn't help build it, a plasterer, a plumber, an electrician, shit like that, right? So when your internet goes down or the sewers block up, shit like that, right? Or you have like a fucking like a big gust of wind and some pylon goes over, who goes out and fixes that? It's a tradesman, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying.
Right, Chris, right? Say you were still laying bricks, right? And your son was going out on weekends with you, labouring for you. Yeah? And he was learning, right? And then you decided you were packing up. Now, your son's been doing it with you for the last 3 years, 4 years, yeah? So he can knock up a mix, he can, you know, he can lay a brick, he can do string up, he can lay a string out, yeah? He can do everything, yeah? He knows where spot boards are going, or your spot boards. He knows where the bricks are going. He knows everything, yeah? Right? Do you think it's fair for him then to join an apprenticeship and go down the bottom rung of the ladder when he already been doing it for 4 years with you at the weekends?
If he wants to become a bricklayer, because
should you not? Now, I had an apprentice. I had an apprentice that his dad and him used to bang a race every weekend. Yeah, they bang a race all over the country every weekend. He could weld, he could do mechanics. Yeah, he could do pretty much everything because his dad taught him. Yeah, so when he came to me, and when I said, well, there's a welder, there's a bit of scrap metal, there's a rusty exhaust, show me you can weld. There's electric, there's TIG, there's gas. Which one do you want to use? I'll use any of them.
And did he show you that he could do the job that you wanted him to do?
Yeah, he actually built me a welding trolley to put the bottles on.
That's an exception to the rule, right? So let's go back to the example you gave me there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
If I take my son out, right, as a bricklayer, right, okay, and I show him the ropes, okay, and he labours for us, he can do this and do that, whatever, he can string a line up, but he's got no qualifications, Smiler.
No.
Right? Then it's going to be very few and far between if he goes out, if I pack up what I'm doing and he goes on to work for somebody else that is going to accept him, right, without qualifications. It's not impossible, Smiler. Definitely not impossible, but it's very few and far between the fact that they're going to roll into a job, right, without the relevant qualifications, even though qualifications sometimes do not mean skill set, right? Okay,
Yeah,
again,
exactly.
right. So that's an exception to the rule, Smiler, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
with me, Smiler, I left college. And I left college in the 2008 time, right? Okay, you know when the credit crunch kicked in.
Yep.
Now I had my level 2 bricklaying. Okay, I had my blue card. So basically, according to the government and the college, I was a qualified bricklayer. What's a fuck?
No.
What's a fucking
You learn how to build a wall and then knock it down again.
There wasn't even that, man, Smiler, man. Look, I was on site for the full 2 year of my apprenticeship, my friend, right? Okay, but I was not a bricklayer, right? Okay, I didn't have the best apprenticeship, right? But I had a rough one, right? So I learned how to do everything that a bricklayer needed to. So when I left college, right, in the bricklaying, the credit crunch kicked in, I fucking realized that when I'm fighting for a job against qualified men who've been in the industry and the trade for a lot longer than me, that have a driving license, right, and a skill set, right, that are now going for jobs which the hourly wage was dropped dramatically, Smiler, dramatically.
Yeah.
So I went into telecoms, right, okay, because I had my father-in-law as a telecom engineer. So I went and worked in doing telecoms in like telecom fucking, like across the country in telephone exchanges, doing shit like that, whatever, working with, and that was a new skill set for me, right? But when that ended and the building boom kicked back off, I went, I'm going to go back into this, right? Okay. I went back into it, Smiler, and I fell flat on my face tons of times, mate, right? But you know the perseverance, you know the ability to get up, right, and shrug your shoulders off, right, and get back into it. Kids these days, mate, right, they do not have that mindset, right? Okay, they've been made soft, right?
Yeah. Gamers.
When we were younger, boys, when we were younger, we were always told, you fall down on your face, you pick yourself back up, you get
Dust
on with
yourself
it, right?
off and get on with it.
Yes,
exactly.
Yeah.
That doesn't kill you, only makes you stronger.
No, I had people coming for jobs, yeah, and they were coming with backpacks full of qualifications, yeah. And I said, I don't want to look at your paperwork. I want you to go in there, right? You reckon you're a paint sprayer? There's a mixing scheme. That car there, that TR6 is being sprayed in Clockwork Orange. There's some microfiche. Go and mix me up Clockwork Orange and tell me which gun you're going to use.
But that's experience, Smiler.
Right.
That is so these kids. It's like, look, I'm gonna give you another example after I say this one. But Smiler, it's like, you know, like a drug rehabilitation fucking project manager, someone that works with people with drug addictions, right? When they've never been addicted to drugs, right? Okay, then
exactly. How could you be a fucking maternity? Yeah, how can you be a midwife and you never given birth?
Right. So you've read everything from a book, right? Okay, but never. So Smiler, you know my situation, mate. I'm 41 this month, right? Okay, my body is fucked, right? Okay, me savings. I've got 1 or 2 Bitcoin left, right? Okay, and I need to keep them for the kids, Smiler. You know, I've told you that, right, mate? Okay, I need it, right? But it's so tempting to cash them in and just stay, like, because look, I don't want to work on a building site for the rest of my life, right? I don't. My body's fucked. So now, Smiler, do you know what I'm doing now, Smiler?
Tell me.
I'm retraining myself, mate, right? Okay, as a telecom and fiber optics engineer, right? Okay, because I have past experience in that, right? And I'm starting from the bottom up over again, because for me, right, I never wanted to be a bricklayer, right? Okay, I fell into that, okay, and it just so happened I was good at it. But my son, my second oldest son, he's doing his bricklaying apprenticeship and he's in his 2nd year, and it feels a bit like I wanted to get him in with me, right? But my body's fucked, mate. I want him to do what I didn't do. I want him to go and get his gold card, then his black card, and move on so he can move on to managerial roles, right? But me, Smiler, I've got a new outlook in life where I'm thinking, right, I'm 41. How long do the government want you to work for now until you're in your
66.
66, right away there. That's what? That's another 20 fucking 5, yeah? 25, yeah, right? Mate, I kind of go on a building safe for another 25 fucking year. I'll be dead. Right? So it's like you need to adapt and overcome. So, you know, when I've realized all of this shit, like I've went through all what I've went through, and I think, right, what do you do now? I've landed in this situation where I'm going to go down this path. Right? I don't know how it's going to turn out. Right? Okay, I'll keep you posted, posted, updated, Smiley. You know what I mean? But for me, mate, it's a new adventure, right? Okay, and Bricky always likes a challenge, right? You know me, bro. I like a challenge, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, just to have your kids look and see you doing what you've done all of your life, right? Okay, which is go out and work and graft, right? And even if I'm not in, because I would love to stick, I wish my body was in better shape so I could stay in the bricklaying industry, in the construction industry, and stay with my son. But I physically, I maybe lasting another 5 years, and out of them 5 years, 2.5 of them will be decent. And no employer is going to keep me on if I have 2 days a week off or 3 days a month off, whatever. You know, they're going to get rid of you, right? Okay, so and I ain't got the skill set, the qualifications, not the skill set, the qualifications to put me in a managerial role. I would have to go and re-educate myself. So now I'm re-educating myself in something that is a new challenge for us. Telecoms and fiber, big industry. Right, okay, I've got past experience in it. So I'm going to go down that road, right, okay? But I would just encourage anybody that ever thinks that, like, it's too late to do something. No, that's not. And Smiler, you're right, experience is what people want, right? And this is what I keep telling my son. You've been in college for a year now and you haven't been on site. That's why we're pushing him into getting himself an apprenticeship, but he needs to do it himself. We need to help him, Smiler, but he needs to do it himself because he's going to finish these 2 years of college. They're going to say you're a qualified bricklayer, but it takes you 2 days to build a corner, son. Like, come on. Like, let's face it.
You ain't qualified at nothing. You haven't got any experience.
Exactly. Now, what you said before about your mate's fucking son, when you brought him on, you went, this bottle, that gas, whatever, right? He didn't have any qualifications, Smiler, but that cunt could work his way around all the MIG welders, all the fucking bottles of CO2 and shit like that. He could rig them up, set the right pressures, PSI, shit like that, whatever, mate. He could have your fucking bits of metal next to you. He knew what you wanted next, like a bricklayer, like a hood carrier would. Like a hood carrier would do, right? But a good hood carrier can turn into a bricklayer, right? But they need to want to. It's based on them, right, and whether they want to do it. So again, but you could have someone come in, Smiler, with all the qualifications, right, under the sun from colleges saying, well, I can weld in this and that and blah, blah, blah. But then you could give him a challenge in it, like a scenario, and he looks at you and goes,
you know what they turned around to me, Chris? Every single one of them, they all came from Camborne College, and every single one of them said, oh, the tutor mixed the paint. We never got to mix paint. I'm sorry, do what? You never got to mix paint? Nope. They just gave us the paint in the spray gun.
Yeah, to see this is what I'm saying, Spider. This is what's wrong with the educational system now, right? Okay. What they want is numbers, right? Okay. They don't want quality, they want quantity, right?
Yeah. So they get paid off the government, don't they?
Of course they do.
I ended up having a meeting, right? I went 3 months, right? The job centre was sending me all these bodies, right? And I went 3 months and I said, you know what? Don't even fucking bother. I've taken somebody on. So I had the college and I had the job centre come up to the workshop to see me. Right. So I explained everything. The college asked me whether I wanted to be a tutor. Right. Because they were looking for a qualified tutor. I said, well, I ain't a qualified tutor. I'm a qualified mechanic. I'm a qualified engineer, but I ain't a fucking tutor.
Yeah, but they'd push you for an 8-week course, Smiler, that would give you the qualifications, but you've already got the experience, mate.
No,
you just needed the paperwork.
I walked next door and I said to my mate who was doing motorbikes, I walked next door and said to my mate, here, the college is looking for a mechanic, because he was talking about packing up. They're looking for a mechanic to go and train at the college because they ain't got a decent tutor. So he went and took the job. And he loved it.
Look, Smiler, I'll be honest with you, mate. You know the fact you passed it on to a friend, right? Was he on par with you? Would you recommend him to people to do?
Oh yeah, it's brilliant.
So then at least you know that you gave a generation of kids for however long he taught. You gave a generation of children, right, a good qualification, right? Because let's face it, that man would have went into that job wanting to do it, right, to get out of where he was, right? Okay, but Smiler, I could come and work for you, mate, right? Okay, in your industry, right, with the mindset I have, and I could do better than most, if not all of these overqualified, under fucking educated dickheads that come into there, because just the fact that I would listen to you from the start and I would listen and I would learn, right? You show me this, I'll do it. Show me how to do it, I'll do it, right? Okay. But these fuckers are going to come out with this paperwork, right? And they think that they're worth more. It's like these degrees, like I said, Smiler, these 4 years college degrees, right? Okay, mean nothing when you're spending 2 years of it learning about shit that has nothing to do with a relevant course. Like you're going in there as a mechanic, right? But you're learning about gender studies. What relevance does that have? Like DI, you know what I mean? Fucking.
Yeah, but mechanics, Chris, nowadays they're taught as fitters now. Yeah, they take off a part, throw it away, put on a new part. They don't repair parts anymore.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. See, this is another thing, Smiley. You see, fitters, right? Okay, now you have to like. It's not all the.
You get charged £280 for an alternator plus an hour and a half labour for fitting it and a belt. Yeah, right. When that alternator only needed an £8 part to repair it.
Yeah, but what I mean, Smiler, is what's happening now, right? Is the indoctrination of the people that are being educated, right? Is to have that mindset, right, where they don't go to the logical conclusion where this could be fixed by this, right? Okay, all they do is go to, right, let's just boom, wipe that out, get a new part in, boom. And what that does is that benefits everybody through the system, other than basically the customer. Because it's all the costs passed on to the customer. So basically, you pay for me to get a new part in for 500 quid when I could have fixed it for 50. Right? Okay. And then what happens is like, I get to do an easier job, right? Okay, my employer gets to have a good tick on their book, whatever, blah, blah. But all of this cost gets inevitably passed down to the person buying the product, who, by the way, has no doing in what happened on that belt, right? Okay, that line fucked up, right? Not through their fault, but because it fucked up 5 times, right? Okay, they have to pay more money now. That's on that gets passed to them. It's the educational system, Smiler. That's what I'm saying to you, man. 4 years of college studying something, right, where you spend 2 years of it studying nothing relevant to the case, right, is where I was going, and where you agree with me. Trade schools should be prioritized, because not everyone's going to be a doctor or a lawyer, right, or a surgeon, you know. But we need to be thankful for these people that do come through the end of these fucking ropes and do this, right? But in the end of the day, a lot of these people are turning out to be woke liberal leftists, right? Okay, that celebrate people's deaths. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, they go to college and then they get indoctrinated, don't they? They get the fucking pink hair, blue hair, red hair, fucking, you know what I mean? And they all turn out to be fucking soy boys.
But that again, that's a fault of the educational system, isn't it? Because if you look at
Or
the
turn out
education
fucking
system,
trans.
what they're promoting, right? Okay, they're promoting all this inclusion and shit like that. You know what I mean? Diversity, equity, inclusion, and you know, diversity is our greatest strength, so they say, Smiler. I'm still yet to see any evidence of that, mate. Still yet to see any evidence of how diversity is our greatest strength. Because I would, like you just said, Smiler, there before, you made it a perfect point. Your friend's son came to work for you with no experience, right? Okay. But, because technically, diversity would say he's your friend's son, right? Okay. He's not educated, but give him the chance, right? Okay. And that is diversity at its best, right? You gave him the chance. But if he wasn't able to do the job, Smiler, you would have sent him packing very quickly, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
The fact he was able to do that job because he had experience and shit like that shows you what like it's not diversity, equity, or inclusion, right? Okay, what it is it's more of it's basically a warrant, a merit based system where like you get based and judged of how well you do something, how well you can do something, or how well you have done something. Not what your skin color is, your sex is, your race is, or what your identity is, right? Okay, they do not matter, because I do not want a heart surgeon that is white and male if he can't fucking do anything for me, right? Okay, if he can't do the right job for me, I would rather have a black female woman, right, that was better qualified to do this. Now that is inclusion, right? If you're the better one to do your job, that's where you should be. You shouldn't be put in a position, in a role, if it's just because of your skin color, your race, or you know, your sexual orientation. You should be put there because you're the best person to do the job.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not reading these comments on the screen, Smiler. Has any of them slagging me off so I can bully someone?
No, only Dafter. Hello, Dafter.
I'm not gonna slag Daft off. He's a fucking legend, Dafter. Fucking hell. Dafter always slags me off. You get what I mean, Smiler, mate. It's one of them ones in the bud, you know. And I think Michael agrees with us both. You know, we've gotten a bit soft on the youth of these days, and we're giving them too much of an easy path to basically what is ultimately their downfall, where we big them up that much, then they fall flat on their face and they end up with mental health problems.
Yeah, but I had Polish, Lithuanian, and Russian working for me.
Right, and they are all solid workers, but some of them aren't as good. Some Smiler, I remember when the Polish first came over to Britain, right? Okay, and good workers, right? Okay, but a lot of them tried to come into the bricklaying industry, right? Okay, and like I remember seeing one of them, for example, one of them look. Do you know them egg spatulas? You know what you flip an egg with?
Yeah.
Came in and he was a block layer, basically, Smiler. Right? That's what he was, a block layer.
Yeah, but they lay blocks in Poland, but it's a different type of block to what we use.
Yeah,
it's like a cinder block.
Yeah, but what I mean is, like, when he was,
and they also use a lot of clay, like clay bricks, who else used those weird clay bricks? I can't remember.
Germans use them.
They're a bigger brick than what we use, but they're predominantly clay.
73 millers, right? Okay, you've got but Spider, when you look at because I worked in Germany for a bit, right? When you look in Germany, right, they've got the bricklayers, right? Okay, and then what they'll do is they'll get the Turks to come along and point the brickwork up, right? So there's different skill sets for different people, even though the Brits can do it, right? Whatever but when you look at now, right? Okay, you've got like the Polish, I take my hat off to these fuckers, right? They were grafters, right? They were, but when I watched them work in unity, this was what impressed me, Smiler, right? It came to me because I did judge them up until this, right? There was like 4 of them, right? 4 of them, right? Okay. One of them was labouring, right? You call him the hood carrier, right?
Yeah.
One of them was spreading a bed, okay? One of them was passing the person the brick.
Yeah.
One of them was laying the brick, right? Okay. And the other one was just like, so like 3 or 4 of them, they all had a role. And when they worked together, they had their own system, which it was a bit unseen in Britain. It was.
And they could beat you at price work all day long because they worked in a team and then shared the wage.
Yeah, well, but they couldn't beat us in price work, mate, and never could beat a good British bricklayer in price work. No, because there was too many of them to do the same job. But I'm not saying they didn't, and that quality wasn't as good. That was the quality that was the big thing. Yeah, they may be able to pump the quantity out, right, but the quality was where it was lacking. And I'll give you this: as time went on, they did learn and they did like things up, but. What I mean is, like, they came in with the mindset of where they came from, but they adapted. That's what you have to give them respect for. They assimilated and adapted to the way the culture was and the way the industry was, where it wasn't that way to them. So they could get away with that there. But when they came over here, it was like, right, we've got 4 ways in here doing this, right? We need to dumb this down to like 2 or 3, right? And get rid of 1 wage, like, to make it worthwhile. You get what I mean, Smiler? And they've done that, mate. And I've got no qualms with these people that come in here and do this shit, right, mate? It's the ones that come over here and do fuck all, right? And they're not Polish. They're not fucking in it. You know where I'm getting at, but we're not going to go down that path, right, mate? But you get where I'm going at. It's one of them ones. And I believe we
I'm trying to understand urban routes. Polish have no concept of safety regulations. Take a look at the snag list. What's the snag list got to do with safety?
A snag list wouldn't be anything to do with safety. It would just be like faults after the job's done.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work out with Urban's comments.
So if you work on a British building site, health and safety wouldn't have anything to do with your snag list, right? It would be, like I just pointed to there, Smiler, quality of work, right? Which is what I pointed out to you before, mate, right? Okay, the very first times that we started seeing the Polish come onto the site and whatnot, their quality of work was not up to standard of the British. Hence why the Germans, even though we bombed Berlin, right, to bits, right, okay, mate, they still wanted the British bricklayers to come over and build Britain back up, right? Okay, because as much as it's like to believe it or disbelieve it, right, British are good fucking bricklayers. We're really good bricklayers, right? Not all of it, right? But I worked in Germany for a bit, mate, right? Okay, and their safety standards over there, fucking hell, Smile. I didn't even have to wear a hard hat or hard boots, anything like that, mate. You know what I mean? I was on a scaffold.
It's another way of looking at that, though, isn't it, Chris? Because when you think about it, we bombed the shit out of it, so why shouldn't we have to rebuild it?
Well, that's what the said to me. Michael, that's what the said to us, bruv. I'm not lying to you. They said to me, "You bastards bombed the place to bits. You can build it back up."
Yeah.
And they said it because they're called Maurers in Germany. It's a bricklayer.
Yeah.
You know, like a guten Maurer would be a good bricklayer, right? Okay. And I remember going over there, right? And I remember doing a British fucking style, right? Okay, where you spread for like 8 or 10 bricks, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you try and lay across that bed, Michael. But the mortar and the climate over there is totally different. So by the time you get the 3rd brick, the mortar's fucking solid in it. So basically, the pick and dip method, right, where you pick 1 brick up and you pick a trowel and muck up for that 1 brick.
Yeah.
Put the trowel and muck down, you lay that 1 brick. And you go back and you do that. And they don't lay off spot boards either. They lay out of what we would look at as like a painter's bucket. Do you like a painter's bucket, Michael?
Yeah.
You know, where they dip the roller in and the rubber up the side. And it's all designed to keep the mortar moist and shit like that, right? So there's different techniques that you have to adapt to, Right? And if you're not able to adapt and overcome, you're going to die like the dinosaurs did. Right? That's basically it, right? But honestly, mate, new challenges, new techniques and stuff like that, I'm all up for it, right? But you learn by doing, and you're going to fall flat on your face a few times, right? Again, it goes back to picking yourself back up, shrugging your shoulders off, getting back on with it, right? Because if you can't do that, mate, then you're going to end up taking depressant tablets, thinking you've got fucking anxiety, you've got depression and shit like that, when basically you've just been told, no, that's not what you do, you know. Yeah. How many times do you get a smack in the face off your dad or your ma when you've done something wrong when you were younger? You do that now, fucking hell, your kids are taking off you, and if they climb a tree, they're getting called a girl when they're a boy and shit like that. It's crazy. The government's got too much fucking ruling and control over our kids now. Hence why I believe everyone should go back to old-fashioned school morals, right? Okay, and I do apologize for bringing religion into this, but Christian morals basically where we need to be. You know, it's not a bad thing to base your morals off, is it? Compared to some of the other religions, but again, freedom of expression should be right. Okay, but when in Rome, right? When in Rome, that's the same. We all know when in Rome. Okay, so if you're in Britain and you're living by and rules, you should be abiding by them things. If you go to Germany, go to Poland, you go to Spain, you go to Australia, shit like that, you know, you do what they seem right. Okay, you have to adjust. Because again, in Australia, it's even worse. Fuck me, trying laying bricks in Australia. Fucking hell, that's hard. But I mean, Smiler, look, if I want a job as a painter, right? Okay, I mean, does it count if I paint bomb people's houses?
Innit?
Because I can fill water balloons up with paint and or like paint stripper.
Or I mean, you could join ice and fucking use paintball guns. Have you seen ice in America using the paintball guns?
Do you think there's anything wrong with that?
Eh? I think it's fucking brilliant.
I think it's fucking
It's
fantastic.
like, give me a fucking job, I'm doing now.
I mean, especially now they've started employing people like below and over the age that they normally would. Instead
of the Met Police spending fucking 180 grand per vehicle, 18 fucking riot vehicles, armored riot vehicles, why didn't they just buy a load of fucking paint guns?
Or just do this, right? You know how they take kids out of school that are like 4.5 foot tall, right? Okay, and still haven't grown fucking pubic hair or mustache, and they put them on the street, right? And they expect them to get respect, right, from people. Like for me, I do understand how the kids need to go through an apprenticeship, right? Okay, but you're opening these kids up to scrutinization, right, from like a country where like where now like these non-crime hate crimes, right? Okay, and alarmed, harassed, and distressed, right? Okay, these are very vague. So if I was to say to you, Smiler, you're a fucking muppet, right? Okay, if I was to call you a muppet, Smiler, right? What would you say to me?
You fraggle.
Right. And that would be totally acceptable on mine and your behalf, right? Okay. But if you or me were to go to the Met Police and say, well, Smiler called me a fraggle, or Smiler said he called me a fucking muppet, and I feel alarmed, harassed, and distressed. It's like, who gets to decide what the boundaries are of being alarmed, harassed, and distressed? Because now we've got police officers using these laws to their advantage to actually say that they were alarmed, harassed, and distressed. Right now,
now, when did the government change the fucking acts or the laws? Yeah, because it always used to be if a member of public, you could abuse the police, but if a member of the public didn't like it and made a statement against it, then it was a Public Order Act.
Yeah.
Why are these police so fucking wet wipes now that if I say fuck off, you muppet, get the fuck?
But
How can they arrest me for saying fuck off, you muppet?
Right,
When nobody else. I had a copper standing in my fucking workshop. Well, I had several fucking, about 8 or 9 stood in my workshop, and I turned around and said, get the fuck out, you're trespassing. And they turn around and fuck off. Foxtrot Oscar, go and play with the traffic, you cunts. Yeah? And I had a sergeant standing there saying, if you carry on abusing me, I'm going to get them to arrest you. And I said, get the fuck, get out. Go on, fuck off, get out and shut the fucking door behind you. I haven't invited you in here. No, fuck off.
Aren't they meant to be held to a higher? Aren't they meant to have a higher level of what's it called? A higher threshold, you know, especially being in a position of that power. Right?
Yeah.
But even so, Smiler, let's just go back to this. Even a member of the public, right? Okay, if I'm on the street, right, and you're my neighbour, right, me and you are arguing over, let's just say you leave your wheelie bins out, right? Okay. All week, right? You don't even take them in, right? They're on the front street, right? Okay. And I called you a dirty fucking tramp. You're a messy bastard, right? Okay. Now, you could take that as being like alarmed, harassed, or distressed, right? Okay. Who the fuck gave anybody the right to go through life and not be offended, right? This is where it's getting weak, because now people...
Well, offence is taken, not given, isn't it?
Well, this is what the freedom of speech is meant to protect, right? It's not the speech you want to hear, it's a speech you don't want to hear, right? So you may not want to hear what I've got to say, right? Okay, but this is where...
I'm fucking lucky I'm saying it, because I got fucking freedom of expression.
But Smiler, this is where freedom of speech, yes...
We've never had freedom of speech. We've always had freedom of expression.
Yeah, but so freedom of expression, right? But like freedom of consequences, right? Okay, so for example, Smiler, if you were to say to me, let's just try not to break TOS, you know, we're not on it, right? So if you were to say to me, don't talk to me like I'll break you, I want to blow your fucking car up, right? Okay, you know, like. If you were
hypothetically,
hypothetically, right? Okay, but then my car got blew up, right? Okay,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, and it turned out that it was you, right? Okay, then it's like, you know, you said these things. Even if it wasn't you, Smiler, it was someone associated with you, right? Okay, then consequences would inevitably come back on you, because you may have incited that kind of violence, right?
Yeah.
Now that would need looked into, obviously, because, you know, but this is the thing. It's like we've got Section 4, Section 5, and shit like that, right? Okay, which, you know, they're very vague, because whatever woke liberal leftists you've got sat there determining what is offensive and what's not depends on how they've been brought up and what their belief structure is. Because you could call me, as you know, Smiler, and I know this about you, and even Michael, we can call each other worse than fucking shit and not take offense by it, right? That's a fact, right? Yeah. But to go away and moan and bitch about it, right, okay, and claim the victim, people need to be very, very wary that the shoe will be on the other foot at one point soon. It's already happening across, like, look at the Labour government folding in on itself. What was that daft cunt called that was just bigging up fucking Jeffrey Epstein? Do you know what I mean?
The one that got sacked.
Yeah, and bear in mind, the same person, the same Labour government and the same people were claiming that Nigel, and I'm not big on Nigel Farage, by the way, okay, but I'm going to use an example. Saying Nigel Farage was as bad as linked to Jimmy Savile because he didn't want to defend the online safety bill. Right? Now there were so many more different so many more different fucking things that like are tied into that, right? Okay, because the online safety bill has basically not done what it predominantly said, right? Okay, it was to defend children. Right?
Well, they got a hearing in the Lords, haven't they, this week about the online safety bill, because it's not set out to be what it's supposed to, what it was pertained to be.
Yeah, but look how long it's took for this to happen, and look at where it's had to go. Look at the state of the Labour government now, right, my friend. Now, what we're going to get in.
But we all said you need Labour to get in so we can see how bad it is.
Yeah, but what we're going to get in next? Nigel Farage with his Labour government and his fucking Conservative government mixed licorice all sort.
Yeah. And his fucking Reform Friends of Israel.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to say this, right? And now you will disagree with me, right? Smile, okay, my friend. I know you will, right? But Advance UK or the party that Britain will end up needing and having in like
because Tommy says so.
No.
Yeah, because Tommy told everybody to vote for reform, and everybody like little people went and voted reform, didn't they?
Hang on a second, Smiler. Would you rather have Kemi Badenoch, Nigel Farage, Keir Starmer, or fucking Ben Habib?
None of them. Mind you, I mean, I quite like what Kemi Badenoch's doing, but she won't be allowed to do that once she comes into power.
No, the Conservatives have demolished this country. Kemi Badenoch, right, in her Conservative Party, as much as she wants to play the fucking new role fucking person, right, the Conservatives basically, and this is what Labour have been hanging off the back of, Conservatives left us this mess, right? But technically they did. But look at how quick Trump turned around what the fucking Democrats had done in America. Look how quickly Trump turned around.
Oh yeah, but look what Trump's doing now. I mean, Trump is fucking washed up. He's lost it. He's lost the plot. He's completely lost the plot.
How?
Fucking 80 billion a year contract. He's just lost 80 billion a year contract for fucking supplying weapons, hasn't they? Because he won't bend to the knee, or he won't fucking tell Israel to fuck off. So, you know, countries are pulling out. They're stopping their trade deals with America.
What do you mean? What do you mean he's fucked up? He's fucked up by doing what?
By allowing the genocide.
What genocide?
Genocide in Palestine.
Palestine's grew in population over the last 10 years, mate. Smiler, what's the definition of a genocide? It's an eradication of a population or a race, isn't it?
So what have they been doing the last 2 years then?
Well, the last 10 years, right, the Gaza fucking population has risen by millions. Now, I am not saying that war.
How many million was in Palestine before the conflict?
I don't know. Tell us.
I can't remember.
Right, so then why are you using that as a fact? I know that over the last 10 years, Palestine has grown in population, right, than it did before then, right? Okay, now, this war's been going on for a lot longer than, like, since October 7th, right? Fact. Right, Smiler? Palestinians and the Israelis have been fighting a lot longer than since October 7th, right? That's a fact, isn't it? And we all know, Smiler, look, these are uncomfortable truths, my friend, right, okay? And I am not defending the death of innocent people, right, okay, at all. I think it's absolutely atrocious, right, that young Palestinian children and women, right, okay, are dying.
So the population in Gaza was 2.23 million.
When?
October the 7th.
And what's it now?
Oh, fuck. Less than that now, isn't it?
Right. What is it now, though?
I don't know. I can't remember how many deaths there's been.
Well, wait there. Hang on a second, Smiler. Then you can't use that as a fucking fill-up. You can't use that as a got you, right? Okay. If it was 2.7, right, and it's now 2.4, 2.3, right? Okay. So if it's like 1.5 or something, right? Okay. Yeah, we'll go. But let's go back 10, 15 years ago, right? Okay. What was the population of Gaza then to what it is now? it's drastically higher now than it was then. And this war's been going on a lot longer than since October 7th. So my point is, right,
Well, it's been going on since 1933, hasn't it?
So then,
and then 1940s, it ramped right up.
So then, that's not a genocide, is it? This is a war, Smiler. This is a war, and unfortunately,
500,000, 450 to 500,000, no, 650,000. Yeah, 1948.
Right.
That was how many was murdered back then.
So does anybody fucking bring up the fact that, you know, all the Germans that were fucking killed by the British, right, and all the the Japanese and that were killed by the Americans? Anybody bring that up?
Yeah, we have done.
But why isn't this a massive thing? This is a war, people. This is a war, is it? So what? War, is it? I tell you what, Jamila. What would be your action, mate? How would you deal with Hamas? Because let's face it, Hamas are a terrorized organization, aren't they? Terrorist organization.
Well, yeah, they were prescribed to terrorized organization.
No. Right. They are
Hamas. Hang on, Chris. Hamas armed with designated terrorist organization. Hamas Parliament wasn't designated a Hamas. Was not designated.
So how did they build up? When did they start building all these underground tunnels, Smiler? It wasn't fucking 6 months ago, was it?
Of course it wasn't.
Right. How long ago was it? in your professional opinion?
Well, they probably started in 1930s, didn't they?
Right. And who were they getting funded by?
Israel.
It was all the money that was given to them by outside sources, America, Britain, Israel, places like that, which, let's face it...
But it was all funneled through Israel, through the Qatar.
But they did, nobody... Look at... Let's face it, Smiler. Nobody knew, right, okay, to the extent as that we know now, that these underground tunnels were getting built and developed, right, okay? And let's face it, them underground tunnels could take in every single citizen in Gaza, right, and defend them in there, right, like a bomb shelter. They could take them all in there, but they don't. They leave them on the surface, right? This is where I think it's wrong, right? Because how the fuck are you meant to eradicate an enemy when they use their actual civilians as shields, right? Smile. I am not defending what Israel is doing, but I am also not defending what Palestine and their elected fucking electees do, right? How would you say that this could be dealt with differently? Have you got any opinions on how you could deal with this better?
You've got Israel attacking seven fronts. 7 different countries Israel is attacking.
Right.
Right. So you need to take the head off the snake, don't you?
In which would be the head?
The Likud party.
Right.
Which is what all Israelis want. They all want rid of the Likud party. All Israelis are coming out in protest against Bibi Netanyahu, Smotrich, and the rest of them.
And I agree with that. I agree with that.
Every time Netanyahu's got to go to fucking court to answer his corruption charges, they have a false flag.
So what, Smiler, this is what gets me. This is what really pisses me off, right? About these over 7 countries that are surrounding Israel, right? Okay. So you know when you pulled me on this months back, from the river to the sea, right? Palestine will be free. Okay. So it's from the Mediterranean Sea to the something river.
Jordan.
Don't
River Jordan.
The Jordan, right? The Jordan River. You got it. The Jordan River at the Mediterranean Sea, right? Okay. But when you've got all of these other countries that are surrounding Israel, right? Okay. Tell me how many of them are not Muslim faithed.
Right. Yemen. We've had 10 MPs or 9 MPs, yeah, right. Starmer's the 9th or 10th one to carry on bombing Yemen.
Wait a minute. Why can't?
Hang on, Chris. You asked me a question, right? Now we installed, yeah, Jelani, ISIS, Al Qaeda, yeah, terrorist wanted list, yeah. We installed him as the de facto leader, yeah. That's been killing Christians left, right, and centre, beheading them, yeah, right, killing Druze, yeah, left, right, and centre, killing what's the other ones? I can't think what they're fucking called now. The nomadic people, I can't think what they're called, but killing them left, right, and centre. Yeah, killed all Assad's cabinet, all his MPs, everybody. Yeah, blowing up all the churches, Christian churches. Yeah. Right. Now we installed an ISIS terrorist to be the de facto leader. Right.
Right.
Now you said from the river to the sea, right? Have you not seen the Greater Israel Project? Yeah, the Greater Israel Project originally goes back to Ben Gurion. Yeah, Ben Gurion, yeah, and his Likud party, the Haganah, yeah, the Lehi. Yeah, all those terrorist organizations, which then formed the Likud party, yeah, they were the ones that coined from the river to the sea.
Right.
Right. They were the one that coined it. Yeah. The Israelis. The Polish Israelis. Yeah, that were posed like Netanyahu is Milowski. Yeah,
as someone with relevance to Polish people, right? Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, right? Okay, you see the term "from the river to the sea."
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, like like that means that like basically the Palestinians want their own
right. So Chris, prior to 1917, yeah, prior to 1917, Jewish and Palestinians, yeah, Turkish, Ottomans, yeah,
and Christians,
yeah, all lived in perfect harmony.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah? All lived in perfect harmony. Yeah. Then they created, yeah, with the Balfour Declaration, the Israeli state. Yeah. The British, yeah, the British Mandate, yeah, 1948, because they started it in 1917, but it wasn't implemented. Yeah. Herzl, yeah, the Zionists, yeah. It wasn't established until 1948. They already had their government, which was the terrorist organizations, blew up the King David Hotel, strung up British soldiers, booby trapped their bodies.
What religious faith were these people that done this, by the way?
Israelis.
Were they Jewish or Muslim?
Well, they were Israelis. Chris, you can say I am now Judaism, and you can then go to Israel and become a Jewish Zionist. Yeah? You don't have to be born a Jew to be in Israel. You know, how many IDF soldiers can I pull up videos saying I'm American, I'm Canadian, I'm English? Yeah. I mean, we had 7 English that are all supposed to be all up on charges, yeah, for being IDF soldiers.
Smiler,
committed grave acts.
The long and short of it, Smiler, is what religious faith is taking over or attempting and doing it blatantly in front of our eyes right now across the world and the globe, right? It's not the Christians. It's not the Jewish, right? Okay. It's the Islamic Shahara believing people, right? And not all Muslims follow that doctrine, right? I want to point
No,
that out.
all Muslims are tarred with all of them are tarred with the same brush.
Wow, but you're tarring all Jews with the same brush as well.
No. If you go back and watch my stream from earlier on, yeah, I was showing all the evidence.
So,
I was
Smiler,
putting videos of the Jews calling out their own government.
Smiler, that Britain should become a Christian faith-based country once again and defend itself to whatever cost, right? Okay, because if we as British citizens were to go to a Muslim faith country, or let's just see if we will go to China, right? Okay, and walk down a Chinese street and say, I'm offended by a Chinese flag. Can you imagine what would happen?
They get bad, right? But why are the Jewish going, that Star Renfan, that flag of Israel doesn't represent me?
Smiler, really.
Why are they tearing up and setting fire to it? But you got pillocks. You got pillocks on Saturday, yeah, waving the Israeli flag, yeah, waving the Israeli flag.
I'm a Christian.
Listen, Chris, you got idiots on Saturday waving the Israeli flag with another flag beneath it saying Jesus is king. Do they not understand what the Jews think of Jesus?
Yeah, but Smiler, you've got these gays for fucking Palestine and shit like that going around there. They not realise exactly the same.
They're all fucking idiots, aren't they?
Exactly. It's indoctrination, right? So this is where, look at Smiler, this is where me and you, we kind of come to a level on this shit, mate, right? Okay. I respect everyone's, everyone's right to believe in the faith they believe in. But if I go to somewhere like Israel, right, I'm going to have to accept that predominantly it's going to be Jewish.
It isn't, no. Most of Israel are atheists.
2 seconds, bro, 2 seconds.
Most of Israel are atheists.
Right, but an atheist isn't a religion, is it? They're just they're just wankers.
No, it's Jewish.
Yeah, right. So Christians are the predominant. This is where we all base our moral. Like, Smiler, I'm going to ask you a question right now. Do you think it's okay for men over 18 and plus to sleep with women under 10?
Well, your Jewish religion says it's okay for
3
years. 3 years old and 1 day.
Right. That's
pedophilia. And 9 years old for a boy.
That's what we call pedophilia, isn't it?
Yes, and the Jewish religion accepts 3 years old, Chris. 3 years old.
I do not agree with when a boy gets circumcised, right, that a rabbi gets to wrap his lips around his dick, right, and fucking cut the blood circulation off. I call that Nazi behavior, right? Okay.
But they're allowed to sleep with a 3-year-old and 1 day.
Hang on a second, Smile. Look at all religions, including.
And every time that 3-year-old cries, that's their hymen coming back.
Well, I can let us finish. I agree, right, that all religions have dark sides of them, right? Okay. The fact of the matter is, right, the differences between these 3 religions, the Jewish, the Islamic, and the Christian, is that modern day Christians do not practice what was put in the Old Testament, right? Okay. We even now embrace gays, right? Okay, we don't encourage gay weddings and stuff like that, whatever, right? But we do not prosecute them. You go to somewhere like Islamic beliefs, right? They're going to stone you and throw you from it. In fact, if you die, right, as a woman when your husband does, right? Okay, you know, there's just so many different fucking. You can't separate these things on morals, right, mate? And if you're gonna, right, you're gonna put Christian morals at the top of it.
But Chris, we're listening to a lot of propaganda. Right, we're being propagandized. We're being split by the millionaires, the billionaires. Yeah, we're being split and fed bollocks from upstairs.
This is why I like having conversations.
To cause the division, to give them what they want, which is all the
Smiler, this is why I
infighting.
like having these conversations with you, bruv, because you do open my eyes up to a lot of different beliefs and shit like that, right? Okay, but the thing is we never really agree on everything, right? But other than that, I respect your beliefs totally. I do.
Why didn't anybody at the rally, when they went up on the stage, why didn't they call out the white British men that raped a 20-year-old Sikh girl last Tuesday? Not one person brought that up, that a Sikh girl was raped and abused, 20-year-old, by 2 white British men.
Are we playing whataboutism now?
No. But why?
Because we're the hang on a second, Smiler. We're
Right,
the hang on a second.
you're saying we should have Ben Habib. Hang on. You're saying we should have Ben Habib, but what is everybody saying about Pakistani Muslims?
Just because I said I do not agree with any woman getting fucking raped by any group of men, right? But the fact we had a whole fucking 2 to 3 decades, right, okay, if not more, cover-ups of Pakistani rape gangs.
Yeah,
right?
and who covered it up?
Who covered it up? The government did.
Yeah, and who covered it up? Who was the main cover-ups?
Right, so hang on a second, Smiler. Do you believe that it is okay for anybody to rape somebody?
No.
So then we're on the same page on that level. We are, right? So within our belief structures, we may get the odd radicalist.
Why wasn't it covered up, Urban? What wasn't covered up?
I'm not reading the chat. I tend to not read the chat, you know. But Smiler, rape, sexual assault, and physical political violence, right, okay, in my eyes, should never be justified, okay? And we can just go back to this whole Charlie Kirk thing, right, okay? Just because he sat on a campus, right, okay, and he portrayed his views to people, and he put them across in ways that people, they didn't like it. They didn't like it, okay? They certainly didn't, right? Okay, but again, isn't this what the First Amendment protects and our freedom of expression should protect, right? Okay, now when you have people celebrating a man's death, right? Okay, when you know, let's just take for example in America, like a similar incident, right? Not exactly the same, but when George Floyd, right, a convicted criminal, was like so-called murdered by a police officer, even though after the fact, right, the autopsy says that he died from a drug overdose, right? Okay, well, I'm not saying that that's factual. I'm just saying what evidence was based on it. They started a whole Black Lives Matter shit up, right? They fucking trashed cities. They took over. Everyone was forced to put a fucking flag on their Instagram. Otherwise, they would be deemed as racist, right? Okay.
Yeah, and everybody took the knee. Yeah.
Everybody took the knee. But now
every single football team took the knee.
Exactly. And why is it now that these dickheads, right, these leftists, because they all look the same. Smiler, do you not notice the same as I do, mate, right? You know these leftists, right, that sit and bitch and moan on, right? They all look very similar.
Dirty unwashed, yeah.
They all look the same. They've ever got a certain colour dyed hair, right, or a certain specific look, right? Okay. And like, I mean, I'm all for them speaking about what they want to speak about, but do you know when their employer wants to like terminate their contract from them because they don't want to be associated with their viewpoint, then they shouldn't get to claim the victim when they're actually advocating for a person's death, right, because of what he said, because this is what they're justifying. What he said, what Charlie Kirk said, was a direct outcome of like the consequences he got, right? So what he said, if he hadn't said it, he wouldn't have happened to be where he was, right? So the same thing could be used at them, right? If you hadn't have said what you said, you wouldn't be unemployed now. Now, the difference is you're only unemployed. You haven't been unalived, right? So stop moaning and bitching, right? How these daft cunts can actually, like, thinking it is one thing, but then posting it on social media is a whole new level of fucking stupidity, right? It is. Do you know the things I think, right, that I want to post and whatnot, which I would never do, right? Because I know that shit could hit the fan. So it's like you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. If you live in a glass house, you should not be standing throwing fucking stones at people, right? Okay? It's just like simple math, right? And this is where we agree on a lot of things, Smiler. But ultimately, I always win you in a debate, don't I, Smiler? Because I'm better looking than you.
Go carry on.
So Mike, he does look like Smiler actually looks like what I'm going to look like in 55 years' time.
Yeah, I know.
55 years' time. You look fucking worse than me now, Chris.
I had a hard paper round, Smiler.
I know.
It was in a block of flats and it had no lift, right? Okay, the lift wasn't even working, right? Okay, so I had to walk them down them stairs. Yeah. But no, Smiler, you now respect your whole lot, my friend. You do know that, mate. Even though everything we've been through, back and forth, whatever, you know, I do love these debates and all that with you, mate. It's very educational. I've learned a lot from you, Smiler, my friend. You know I have, right? I have. I don't agree with you on a lot of things, and I'm not just gonna agree with you because, like, you know, like, ultimately we do like each other in a sense, man. I have to admit that we like each other in a sense, right? But I fucking hate you as well, you know. But in a good way, you know. It's a comfortable kind of hate, right? I love to hate you, but
love you, baby.
Don't smile. Don't start turning this on. Don't start turning this on. Right? These kind of debates are healthy, right? When people start talking, right? This is when society collapses. If we can have these conversations between each other, right? Okay, and come to some sort of you know, like, agree to disagree level, you know, and like because we both agree that violence is not the answer, don't we? But violence will eventually be the only answer. Going down the path we're going down, Smiler. It will inevitably be, because if somebody's going to come and take from you, Smiler, like, for example, if I come to your front door, right, and I come through your front door and I take from you everything you have, okay, are you just going to sit there and willingly let it happen? Are you going to respond with the same level of violence, and maybe even a little smidgen more? Because let's face it, you have to meet, like, it's an eye for an eye plus one. You have to meet these people on the same playing field with a bit of reaction that's going to, like, kick them back. So, like, violence is not the answer unless you want violence. And I believe that there's a certain group of people that are indoctrinating this government in this world now. That are just...
What happened? Yeah, right. What happened? Right. So last year we had the riots. Yeah, over those 3 beautiful girls. Yeah.
God bless them.
Right. So we had the riots, and I sat there, right, and I said, "You're attacking all this. You're attacking all that. In a minute, when they turn around and they come back out on the streets, back at you, yeah, you're going to cry about it." Yeah. And what happened? Every single fucking one of them cried about it. And then every single one of them turned around and said, "Oh, they were allowed to get away with this. They were allowed to get away with that." Well, hang on a minute. They've already, you know, our side was already getting away with this, that, and the third thing. Right? So when they all decided to come out and they formed that fucking brotherhood or whatever they called themselves, yeah? And when they all stood up on that fucking hill, everybody with their flags shit bricks.
Smile, have you not noticed? You see this Unite the People protest, right? Okay.
Yeah.
That just happened, right? Okay. I and this is not the only place I've noticed this. Right? But when you notice a left against a right, but like when you've got like the Epping protests, for example, right?
Yep.
Okay, you've got the local people and you know, the patriots, whatever you want to call them, and then you've got the fucking the protesters, the anti-racist, anti-fascist people, like
Yep.
standing in opposition. If you look at the police lineups, just look
Yep.
at the way the police are situated. But when do you ever see like the police facing the left protesters? Like you don't just going back.
Well, they deliberately walked the fucking lefties through the fucking righties, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that they would fight and argue, so that they could get their clips, so that they could get their photographs.
Smiler. Yeah, here's one for you, right? Okay, and I've got a clip of this, right? Okay, so you've got in this the stand that unite the people protest, right? Okay, and then you've got the leftist organisations, whatever. So you've got 2 rows of police, one in front of the left and one in front of the right. And then you've got some people in the middle, right? Okay, some police officers in the middle. But if you look at the police officers when they're in the line, the police officers in the line are facing the right people. You know, the Unite fucking the Unite the Patriots, whatever people. And then you go over to the other side, right, where they're standing in front of the anti-fascist and the leftists, but they're not facing them. They're turned around and faced the right people. And the only police officers you get facing the other side are the sergeants addressing their crew, right? It's like, are you not worried what's coming from behind you? You've got 2 rows of people, 2 rows of police officers looking at the British Patriots, right? Now, I'm British, right? I'm British, right? Okay. My grandmother, one of my grandmothers was German, right? So, you know, I could be classed as an immigrant. In fact, we're all fucking immigrants at some point. We are. But the fact is that there was clearly a massively 2-tiered policing system in this country. And it is going to be met by some sort of force where it was shown the other day that British men are now standing up and they're not even bothered. Did you see the violence that was? The busies were bringing these people with their truncheons and shit like that, right? And it's like, you look at the other side and it's like they're not even facing them or acknowledging them. They're basically giving them a green card and going, go on with it. This is going to infuriate and encourage and add fuel.
But Chris, can you not see why? Can you not see why?
Well, I do see why.
Go on, then. Tell me why. Tell me why.
Right. I think the government, right, want us to be fighting against each other.
Who goes there for free, and who gets paid to get on a bus and go there?
Well, the leftists get paid by the Labour government, right?
Okay. And the Conservatives and the Reform, everybody, they're all in it together.
Hence why I said Advance UK would be the best party to benefit the British people, but you disagreed with us.
Well,
yeah, but you just
you all told me that Farage was the man.
Funded by
you all told me that Farage was the man.
I never said that. I never once said that to you.
Not this rally, at the last rally, when he stood there and said, "How many of you voted Reform?" and every single one of them put their hands up. Why? Because he told them all.
Smiler, look at me. You know, you dare try and taunt me with that like fucking stupid dickhead brush, right? Okay, I know what I see, right? Okay,
but we're getting off track. The question was, so why? Why?
Because they want us to fight with each other, because they want to import voters, right? Okay, to get them and keep them in power. Now, let's face it, Conservatives are fighting for their party right now, okay? They were in power for decades, right, okay? Labour are doing what the Conservatives done, right, but picking up on it. Reform UK, in my opinion, Reform UK are taking the best snippets, what they believe from both parties, right, okay, to indoctrinate the British people. And all of these boats that are coming over, right, all of these people that are coming into this country, right, that are going to vote for whoever lets them in, right?
Right,
Important vote.
Chris, right? So this year you had 35,000 come in so far, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Last year, what was it, 29,000, something like that last year?
It's got to be a few million up and now, though, hasn't it?
Right. How many have you had come via the legal route?
About 15?
No.
25?
What was the numbers? Michael,
I don't even mean thousands on the end of that. No, it's fine.
650,000, was it?
Something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, 650,000 came in with visas and family visas. So what comes in on the boats is a drop in the ocean. A drop in the ocean.
Oh.
The boats is what costs us the most money. Now, the ones that were, was it 2 years ago, staying in that camp? Yeah. Now they're all
No. Spider, you're missing a point, yeah. You're missing a point, yeah. So when these people come in from the legal route, right? They come in and they provide their documents and details, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, Smiler, they have a job that they're going to go into, right?
Yeah.
Work, right? Okay.
Well, if their son or their daughter is going, if their son and daughter is going to college, then they can bring their mum, their dad,
Right.
their uncle, their auntie, their cousin.
So wait there. Hang on a second. Do we then still, even if they choose to do that, do we then not have, because they've come in from the legal route, do we not then have their details and a little bit of background information on them? At least if that's the case, Smiler. Now, when all of these young fighting age illegal men come in from all of these countries, right, okay, on dinghies, which, let's face it, Smiler, had to pay 100 times the amount it would cost you to come on a plane. How much does it cost to get on a plane? You can get a Jet 2 airway for like 35 quid one way now, can't you?
Yeah.
Right? So why are they paying $5,000 to come over on a dinghy?
Well, exactly. I mean, out of the 96 that are due to fly back to France, they were paying £1,000 each.
Yeah, but that £1,000, mate, you do realise that they've got a lot of debt when they get you. That's why they get these fucking Uber Eats electric bikes and they're sat on city high streets and whatnot, you know, doing 2-mile journeys for £2. Like, they've got a debt to pay off. You do realise there's a bigger industry involved in this, Smiler. Look, it's an illegal smuggler. I'm going to give you the free passage to this country, right? Okay, I'm going to pay your route, right? But I know where you are. I'm going to keep tabs on you. And you better be giving me 300 quid a month, right? Otherwise, I'm going to come for you and I'm going to chop your legs off, right? Just imagine that as a threat, right? Just base that. Don't even think that that's not a possibility, right? Do you honestly think, Smiler, that all of these people that are coming over illegally, because these ones that are coming legally, that are bringing their families, right? Okay, they're bringing their families. But all these young fighting age men that are coming over here illegally, they're coming over here and they're paying big amounts of money, or they're not paying anything. They're getting, it's like a credit card agreement, right? Okay, get yourself there and pay the debt off later, right? But then you're in my, it's like a drug dealer. I'm gonna have you in my pocket, son, right? Okay, you're in my debt constantly. Don't Smiler, don't even deny and don't say that you don't know the way that this is getting fucking played, my friend, right? And this is what pisses me off. All these people that are coming over on these boats and these dinghies, right? Where are their women and children?
Left behind.
So do we really want them type of people coming into our country?
But Chris, why are they being left behind?
I don't know. Tell me.
Right, when we went and did, when we went and when, hang on, Chris, listen.
Would you leave your woman
listen, Chris. When we went to World War One, when we went to World War Two, when Judea declared war on Germany, and we all pack up a kit in our old, kit bag, yeah. Where were our women and children?
So you agree with me? They're not fleeing war. They're preparing for war.
Yeah.
So you agree with me? Again.
Well, I've been saying this for 3 years, Chris.
So
I was calling out the fact 3 years ago. I was calling out the fact that they were being trained in Ukraine.
They're preparing for war and they're coming over here, and it's basically going to be like a switch, right? Once it gets hit, right? And we've already seen this now, Smiler.
Well, once we declare war on Russia and our troops go to Russia, yeah, then we're going to have all these new security forces, yeah, putting our doors in. I've been saying that for 3 years.
Michael, right? I'm going to ask you a question, right, okay? How often do you go out onto the street, right, okay, and see a brand new, up-to-date electric vehicle flying along the street, right, with an Uber Eats bag on it, right, okay, that normally ends up outside of an immigrant hotel, right, okay, and basically it's like, you think to yourself, well, this is what I think myself, I think, how if you came over to this country illegally?
Well, thankfully, Chris, at the Tamar Bridge, we got a blockage and they just don't come down there. We had one hotel, we got rid of that one hotel, and we haven't got them down there.
Smiler, when have you ever had
we haven't got that
by Deliveroo or Uber Eats, right, okay, that hasn't been dropped off on a fucking electric bike, right, okay, by somebody that can barely speak your language, right, okay?
Never.
So then, like, for me, Smiler, I wonder, because I can't even afford an electric fucking bike, mate, right?
When I do Uber Eats, yeah, I get the vehicle registration and the name of the person. And most of the people that I know that come and deliver to me, I know them personally.
Now, we're not going to label everyone and tar everyone with the same brush, because I do not think that's right, okay? I don't.
You see, we haven't got that inherited problem that the rest of the country have, because we said no, get the fuck, we ain't having them. Now, reform. 28 councillors, reform councillors have come in, yeah. Now they want to bring us up to fucking scratch with the rest of the country, yeah. And there's a lot of pushback. There was a protest on Saturday. Yeah, but the fucking reform councillors never turned up. So I never bothered going to it on Saturday. Yeah. Now, the reform, what everybody thought fucking, because Gobby Tommy said vote reform, people. Yeah.
Big up Tommy Robinson.
Right, so all the sheep all voted reform. Yeah. Now we got fucking 28 councillors now that want hotels, that want gimme grants. Yeah, they want the money going through the council. The citizens of the Cornwall don't want it.
Council tax, Smiler?
Oh, fucking hell.
Has it went up in the last 3-4 years?
Of course it has.
Right.
It went up 50. It went up 50 quid this time.
And how much more are you getting?
What do you mean getting?
Like, you're paying more in council tax now than you were like 3 years ago, right? Okay. But like, say 3-4 years ago, right, your bins were getting taken out once a week.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now it's once every 2 weeks.
Well, no, you used to bins on a Tuesday and recycling on a Wednesday.
Yeah, once a week.
Yeah.
But now you only get your blue bins
once a fortnight. We haven't got blue bins. We only got one bin, and then you got a little fucking food waste bin.
Right.
And then you got a bag. Then you got a bag for your recycling.
And how many times you go out and drive your car, your van, Smiler, right? Okay, and have to go over potholes, right?
Well, every day.
Right now, you know how you could clear all these potholes up, right? This is a good big solution. just go around and paint Union Jacks or St. George's flags in all the potholes, right? Okay, and the council will come around and sort them out the next day, just like they do with
well, they've already been painting the St. Piran's flag and the St. George's flag, yeah, and the council have left it. The only place that they didn't leave it was the war memorial, where the fucking idiots sprayed all over the fucking war memorial.
Now, again, Smiler, you know how all these Palestine protests, like, again, look, I'll give everyone the right to freedom of protest, right? Okay, I've got nothing against with people going out and protesting, right? Okay, at all. But you see that one day, you know, the veterans, you know, where we celebrate VE Day or whatever it is, whatever. There's
Remembrance Sunday.
Remembrance Sunday, yeah. Smiler, did you? I'm asking you personally, and Michael, and everyone in chat as well. You can answer this question. Did you not think that was a little bit insensitive? Right? Okay, the fact that they decided to protest against that on that very day. It's like, you know, that's this is where it draws a line in the sand for me, Smiler. Even because the line now, you've drew the line in the sand.
Yeah, but hold on a minute, Chris. Right? You said that they held that plasticine protest, yeah? It wasn't anywhere near the Remembrance Parade, right? But every time there's a protest, you've got to submit a fucking planning application to the government, yeah, for a protest. So who was at fault?
Well,
who was at fault? Who was at fault?
They submit these things, right? Okay.
Right. So you have a meeting. You have a meeting with the metropolitan. Yeah, Chris. You have a meeting with the Metropolitan Police. You have a meeting with somebody from the mayor's department. Yeah. You give your planned route. Yeah. You give what you think numbers are. Right.
The Patriots done, right? And they were stopped from going down that exact route.
Right. So yeah, because who kettled them? Who decided it? They did.
The police.
Yeah, the police.
Right.
Yeah.
So wait there. Hang on a second. This is what I'm saying. It's a two-tiered policing system.
And then why did they do that? Because they wanted people to go. They wanted people to go the wrong way so they could arrest them.
So it's designed to go against the British public.
Right. So
do you agree with that or not? Do you agree? Do you agree?
And who does it from the top? Who does it?
But right, Smiler.
Right, they wanted to cancel it. Was it Friday? Was it Friday? I think he said. Was it Friday or Thursday? They wanted
to do with the train system as well, Smiler.
Yeah, but they wanted to cancel the whole demo Thursday or Friday.
How many people do you think turned up at that protest, Smiler? Be honest.
About 1.5 million.
Right, so Smiler, you're with me, right, the gig, because some people have been downplaying this like there's 110 of 150,000.
No, when you look at the Iraq War when there was 750,000, when you look at the hunting bill and there was 500,000, when you look at the Plasticine March, the first Plasticine March, there was hundreds of thousands, and you look at the helicopter videos, yeah, you can see how many people there is.
You know when you just use like basic fucking algorithm and let's just say even if you use AI, right, okay, to counter it, you look at a square yard, right,
Yeah.
or a square mile of crowded people, right, okay, and you put into that, right, okay, there was approximately 10,000 people,
Yeah.
right, okay. And then you multiply that across what area you have. Right, okay. I mean, that gives you a good, a reasonable calculation of how many people are there right now. We had 26 arrests, right? 26 arrests, right? Now, at the what's it?
Not all those arrests were the right wing, though.
Even more to my point, and Smiley, even more to my point, right? But when we go
I think there was only 9 arrests which were right wingers.
So when we go to the what's that fucking event that gets held once a year and it goes over 2 days? What's it called?
Notting Hill.
Notting
Five-
Hill.
528 528 arrests.
Yeah.
16 sexual offences. 18 weapons.
Yep. See, this is what I mean, Smith. Look, me and you do not agree on everything, right, bro? But we do agree on certain things, right? Now, Smiler, you are, like, would you say I'm right wing or left wing?
Centre.
I would say I'm that far right. If the world was flat, I'd fall off the end of it, right? Okay.
I wouldn't say so.
But that does not mean I'm a Nazi, right?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, well, Smiley, look at me. All I'm saying is, like, if I'm far right, okay, there is a far left equivalent of me. Now, I believe everybody, right? Doesn't matter what race you are, what color you are, nationality, sex, religion, okay? I do not judge you on them basis. I judge you on the way you act and the way you portray yourself. So when we have in my city alone, Smiler, I know you live in a small village, but in my city alone, where we have illegal
I live in a
immigrants.
town, you dick, little fucking village.
Yeah, but Smiler, compare to Newcastle, right? Okay.
Oh yeah, you could pick my town up and put it in the corner of Newcastle.
And Smiler, I don't agree with the way that these crimes are being like ushered over. Like, for example, look at that one that was you know, when that immigrant, he went into that blind woman's house, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even deemed as a trespass.
I know.
Right?
Disgusting.
Exactly, Smiler. Exactly. Now this literally does tar a brush.
Well, they did the same in Dover, didn't they? When they took the fucking woman's phone off her and the daughter was there.
And this isn't actually
that wasn't classed as a trespass neither.
Yeah, but again, when you've got people getting trespassed, right? Okay, from illegal migrant hotels, right? Okay, when they're under a C1 license, okay, and basically they're going on there with a legal right to do so. They're getting illegally prosecuted for trespassing. Like, this is where it really does not give these genuine illegal immigrants that are coming to this country with good intentions, because again, I'm not saying all of them are the same. I'm not. I'm actually sitting here saying that there needs to be more done to this, right? Then we all sitting here and tarring everyone with the same brush. But when you're in Britain, right, and you don't abide by British rules and cultures, and especially, Smiler, like you said, it's the British establishment. Like, why hasn't the king stepped up and said something about this all fucking ready? Why hasn't he dissolved parliament? Why hasn't he turned down and said, right, we need an election right now, okay, because there's a vote of no confidence in
Well,
this.
I think if things carry on and Kemi, whatever her last name is, if she carries on going the way she's carrying on, calling out all her fucking ministers in the Labour department, yeah, I think by the end of the year or the early part of next year, I think Starmer's out. I mean, I think they're already prepping the new leader already for the Labour Party. I think Starmer will be out. Right. I mean, but also, I mean, you got Trump over tomorrow with fucking King Charles. Yeah. Right. So if Trump doesn't shit his pants, and follow through when he farts.
When has Trump ever shit his pants?
Oh, come on, Chris. He's getting past it now. He's turning into a bit of a Biden at the moment, isn't he?
I want you to give me an example. How was Trump turning into a Biden and shitting his pants?
There's plenty of people that come out and said
give me one example.
On the golf course.
He shit his pants on the golf course.
He did.
Yeah.
Right. Elaborate, please.
Literally shit his pants on the golf course.
Elaborate.
shit-stained pants walking back to his fucking golf cart.
Wait, where can I find this footage?
Right, he's also medically ill. He's fucking seriously ill.
He's an old man.
His ankles are fucking cankles.
He may have gout. He may have gout, for fuck's sake.
I ain't got gout. He's got bruising all over his hands.
He shakes a hand, fucking 50 minutes. Smiler, you're clutching his shoulders like a lefty, mate, okay?
No, I'm not. He is not well.
You do realise though, you know, once Trump's out of power, right, you're gonna get somebody a lot worse, right, and a lot fresher.
Well, you're gonna get JD Vance, aren't you?
Yes, you're gonna get JD Vance.
Yeah.
And he's a lot younger, fresher.
Yeah, I mean Steve Oldham, he isn't as sharp as he was. He's coming out with stupid things. He's saying stupid things. He's doing stupid things. And a lot of Republicans are actually calling him out for it.
Compared to the left, though, Smiler. Compared to the left, look at the
2017, he was the anti-war fucking president. Now he's the fucking war.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Trump has he's solved a lot of wars, right? Okay.
What wars has he solved?
6 wars at least it is, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's 6 of them.
What wars?
Right, do I need to go to Google to do this?
He's nearly started a war, Egypt-Israel. He's nearly started the war. Well, he did start the war, Iran, fucking Israel.
Yeah, Smiler, right, okay. Are we going to have to fact check each other here? We're going to have to fact check each other because I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, right? Okay, I'm going to open a new
Name
tab.
one war that he stopped. Tell me one. He told us all within the first 24 hours of coming into power, he'll stop Russia-Ukraine. He can't stop Russia-Ukraine because it's worth too much money to the Americans. He can't stop fucking Israel because AIPAC won't allow him, and he gets too much money from AIPAC. He gets too much money from his donors to stop Israel and to stop fucking Ukraine.
Right. Okay.
Tell me one war he stopped. Yeah, the only one he stopped was Call of Duty.
Let's
Venezuela. He started Venezuela.
Following number, say
Yemen. He started Yemen because Yemen and the UK did a coup d'etat.
When did Trump start any wars? You daft countries. He was in power once for 4 years.
We did a regime change in Yemen.
Israel and Iran.
Israel and Iran. He didn't stop it. He started the fuck up.
Pakistan and India.
You're going to tell me in a minute Thailand. You're going to tell me Thailand in a minute, aren't you?
Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Right?
That's still ongoing.
There's another one. Thailand and Cambodia.
That's still ongoing.
Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Ongoing.
You could just say this all you want. Ongoing. These are sources that I'm giving. Egypt and Ethiopia, Serbia and Kosovo.
Serbia and Kosovo weren't even fighting when Trump was in.
So then, it doesn't matter what I say to you, Smiler, right? Okay, you're gonna disagree with us, right? Okay, because you love to do that.
Tell me one war that he stopped. Israel have already joined Iran. Israel have already joined Iran.
Tell me one war he started.
Right, and they've already
Tell me one war he started. Tell me one war he started.
Where did fucking Israel just bomb?
I don't know. Where did it
fucking was it Qatar? Yeah, Qatar. Yeah. So Iran and Qatar have now joined forces and are now going to attack Israel. Who started that? Who backed it? Who refueled the Israeli planes?
With that,
so that they could fly out. The UK refueled the Israeli plans.
Don't tell everyone.
Are they not allies with Israel?
Who?
Aren't the Americans not allies with Israel?
Well, we're all supposed to be allies with Israel.
Hey,
Some
do
of
you
us
hang on
call
a second.
Israel out.
Do you know when the UK were losing the war against the Germans and the Nazis, right?
Yeah, so then we had to blow up one of our own ship. We had to blow up a ship to get America into the war.
Who helped us as British?
Yeah, but what did we do? We had to blow up a ship and blame it on the Germans to get them into the war.
This is where you right, Smiler. Come on, right?
That's the fact. That's fact.
It's a Smiler fact. Smiler fact.
Oh, what was if November Man was in the chat, he'd tell you.
Definition of factual information. It's a Smiler fact. Right, okay. And what we need to do is, when it's a Smiler fact, we need to laugh about it. Because bullshit.
No, I'll tell you. What was the American ship?
It was called the Fuck You boat. It was a pun on words out the Fuck You boat. You know, nobody got that joke. Though. Who's indicating? Is that Smiler typing for his fucking? I thought that was somebody indicating there. Anyway, Smiler, my friend. Look, before I disappear, mate, I just want to thank you for letting us up here, bud. Right, okay, it's been a great laugh, as it always is, right? Okay, you know, one day, my friend, you will join VK, right, and you will meet the wrath of the pitbull, right? Okay. But up until then, my friend, right?
Right, go and look up the Lusitana.
I'm not doing anything. I've signed off for the night, mate. Right? I was only paid for like an hour and a half. Right? Okay, so you know, I'm only here for an hour and a half.
Was it the Lusitana? The fucking we blew up and blamed it on the Germans.
Tell me. Smiler, is it raining where you are? Michael, is it raining where you are?
No. Yeah, been pissing down all day.
Fucking pissing down now, bro.
Yeah.
Pissing down. I love it, me. I love it.
Yeah.
Chat, and wherever you are in Britain, is it raining now? Right? Okay, this is the best weather ever. It is. But listen, can I just all say it is, right? Okay, the last thing we need to be doing, right? Okay, is which is even me and Smiler have like we're perfect advocates for this. We don't need to be fighting and going back and forth with each other and disagreeing with each other like willy-nilly. We need to be having like conversation and coming to the conclusion that Bricky's always right. Okay, Smile, I'll tell you that. Right? Okay. but no, look, good conversation is healthy. It is, and I wish us all the best. Right, Smiler. Right, listen. Don't shit your pants too much, right? Because Michael has to clean this up. Right, Michael, I do apologize for you having to look after Smiler.
What am I shitting my pants about?
Because you're an old man, right? Okay, and like you're incontinent now, right? Against
I ain't fucking incontinent.
Yeah, but so why does Michael have to fucking be your home help? he's basically your home help and your carer. Smiler, look, I know you offered me the job, right? Okay, but 60 quid a week wasn't enough, right? Okay, it definitely wasn't.
Is that all he offered you, Chris?
He did offer us, Michael. Okay, but
fucking hell, I'm on treble that.
Yeah, but Michael, look at I gave you £30 a week to look after, and I get 30 quid a week, right? Okay, so we're all winners, yeah. But no, listen, honestly, you're both good blokes, you know. And yeah, absolutely, I love you to bits of respect as I do. Everyone in chat, right? Okay, regardless whether you love us or hate us or disagree with us, right? It's gonna go fuck off, right? But other than that, you know, it's just nice to have a decent conversation, back and forth, Smiler. You know, genuine conversation and a debate with somebody that's got actual arguments. I really do love this. I really do. You make us grow as a person. Other than that, now I'm going to go and annoy somebody, right? Okay, and just be a cunt. Right? You know I'm going to do that now. I am. I'm going to leave you from a political debate, and I'm going to go and annoy somebody, right? Okay. So thank you all for putting up with us. God bless you all, and I'll see you later.
Catch you later, Chris.
Catch you later, Chris.
Bye-bye, my friend. Bye-bye.
Urban, it was World War One, the Lusitania, right? And Churchill deliberately risked the Lusitania to incite US involvement. And eventually Lusitania was sunk by a German U-boat. It killed 120. It killed 128 American citizens, which then brought America into the war. Yeah, World War One, Pearl Harbor. Yeah, World War One was Lusitania. World War Two was Pearl Harbor. When we got the Japs involved. Thank you, Tyke. See, Tyke knows. He'll tell you, Urban. I give the debate 10-0 in favour of Christopher.
Yeah, that passed a couple of hours.
Aye.
No.
I don't know what he won then. What did he win, Urban? Because I don't think none of the debates were actually finished. Urban's running away now. He fucked up and now he's running away. Like he fucked up with America. It's got no fucking censorship.
Yeah. Gotta like Bricky though, he's a laugh, isn't he?
We shouldn't have been involved neither, Steve. You know, we were dragged in it. Judea declared war and we were dragged into it. Churchill was brassic lint. He was bankrupt. He couldn't afford to pay his staff. And he got a load of fucking Israeli or Jewish money, didn't he? Or Jewish money at the time.
Well, I'm thinking of going to bed.
No. It's 25 to 5 in the morning.
Yeah. And I got to stop having these crumpets at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. They ain't doing me no good.
Well, I was going to have a bag of Monster Munch, but... And a cup of coffee, because I haven't had a coffee for ages.
Yeah. And I got to be up reasonably early in the morning.
Urban's having a giggle. I don't know what he's giggling about.
Aye.
The debate. Which debate? None of the things that we debated have actually been finalised. Was there any of that debate finalised?
I wouldn't call it a debate. It was more like individual views, wasn't it? Yeah.
Steve, he was just another massive Zionist, wasn't he? He was a war criminal. $10:30 p.m.
Wow. It's about as good a time as any to knock it on the head then, isn't it?
Tyke's having a cup of coffee. So, Tyke, are you back working for Campbell's then? I commented on your video earlier, but then the video disappeared. I think Tyke's working back on Campbell's.
Is he?
Yeah. I was yanking your chain. Ah, yeah, you are. Oh, well done. I said, mind that step next time. You won't break your ankle. Campbell's took you back. Fucking hell, Tyke. They must like you. Campbell's meatballs. Didn't really get into the British Patriotic March that much, really, when Chris come up.
No. Perhaps we'll have another bash at it tomorrow. Because there is a few bits to be sort of picked over, isn't it?
Oh, there's loads of stuff to be picked at.
Yeah.
Quite a lot to be picked at, really.
Why?
And we got information coming through where the funding was coming from. Like to see how much money they made at selling £8,000 a ticket. Like to see how much Ezra made, because he had hotel slots at £8 a ticket. Tours of London for the 4 days, I think it was.
Yeah.
And meeting with the speakers for 4 days, having breakfast with them, and different speakers each day that they were having breakfast with. So it'll be interesting to see how much he made. Yeah, I did. I beat you, Sweater. You haven't beat me yet, Chris. You never beat me. You've only fucking, it's only in the last fucking 3 months where I learned where the fucking Mediterranean was. You didn't even know Gaza was next to the fucking sea. Gotta love a good bricky debate. That's why I went on the fucking channel the other day, but I was blocked.
Oh.
Thought I can't sleep. Nobody else is about. Fuck it, I'll go over there then. No, I'm blocked. Fuck's sake. It was an honor to meet with the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, before Palantir's Board of Directors meeting in Tel Aviv. We are proud to stand alongside Israel, supporting a culture of innovation, technology, and democracy. Fucking hell. That's Palantir, the man that wants to fucking kill everybody.
Oh, of course, we got Trump over here today, haven't we?
Yeah.
That'll be something to look forward to later. I got a very strange feeling about him being over here today, whatever.
Why?
I just don't know.
In what way?
I don't particularly think he's very safe.
Oh, in a false flag, you mean, or something like that?
Not necessarily a false one. I don't think he's very safe.
In what way?
Right, I think somebody might have a pot shot at him.
Well, he has blocked a few fucking Israeli things, hasn't he?
And what better way of doing it than doing it while he's on our soil?
Well, I mean, they were going to have a pot shot at him in Scotland last time, weren't they?
Yeah.
And they put all the banners out, and they put all the fucking signs out, and I don't know. He's always got his blood bank following him anyway.
Yeah.
He's always got his fucking same blood group people and same body part people. Is it the real Trump coming over?
Well,
Or is it fucking somebody wearing a fucking mask?
It might be James Corden with a fucking bloody synthetic mask thing on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you got to spray anybody orange, haven't they, and give them a bit of a bold spot, and you'd be all right.
Yeah.
Spray him with a shitty smell.
Yeah.
I mean, how many fucking politicians, how many Republicans have come out and said that he's stinking?
Oh, yeah. That's the trouble, though, when they're all pushing late 70s into their 80s. I don't know why they always seem to get these older people in, don't they?
Why the fuck has Poland bought 38 Abraham tanks from fucking America when they know that they ain't no fucking good in their country?
Yeah, Germany's got some good ones by all accounts, haven't they?
Well, I mean, Germany and us, it's Challenger free, isn't it? It's Challenger, full stop. You know?
Sure, it's Germany. They was on about the other day, got a load of new ones, and they're all reinforced armor and stuff all around the turrets and everything.
But then they don't stand up to the Russians.
No.
Abrams have been wiped out. Fucking ours have been wiped out. Canadians have been wiped out. Every single fucking NATO piece of equipment has been wiped out. Yes, there's been casualties of Russia as well, but on the fucking hardware front, the Russians are fucking far superior.
Yeah.
The last 2 years running, they've had all the blown up pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
At the parades, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. And when they keep saying, "Oh, World War III started," no, we're already in World War III.
We've been in that for a while, haven't we? It's just the fact that they've left us alone, isn't it? It's don't bear thinking about, really, do it?
He's there to save you from the tyranny. US ain't in the market to do with authority. Fucking hell. But fuck me, you crack me up, you do. He is good for a laugh, is Urban. Right. I think that's enough.
Yeah. I think so. Right, see all you lovely people later. I'll have you unblock Smiler as I have a specified set of skills.
Yeah, you do that, Chris.
Right, see you all later.
All right, catch you all later. Thanks for tuning in, people.
Nighty night.
Take it easy.
Catch you later.
Bye bye.